Warrior Lore. Chapter 4305. What a Moesian. I've never heard of him. Tell him not to bother me. Hearing his subordinate's report, Mo Yin Danzwa waved his hand impatiently. His subordinate did not leave. Instead, he whispered into his ear, reporting to my lord, Moesian is that Commander, Lu Zhan? Oh? Mo Yin Danzwa's expression changed slightly. Didn't he die in battle? Why did he change his name? Not many people knew about Mo Zhan, but Lu Zhan was quite famous among the Devil Snake Guards. The only pity was that he did not have the surname Mo. Now, it seemed that he did. Mo Yin Danzwa suddenly thought of the rumor about Lu Zhan, and his expression changed as he said, "Let him in." The subordinate left, and Mo Zhan quickly walked in. A smile appeared on Mo Yin Danzwa's face. I was wondering which lord had come to visit. So it's Brother Lu. Why are you here? Before Mo Zhan could reply, Mo Yin Danzwa slapped his forehead and said, I forgot, it should be Brother Mo. I haven't congratulated you on obtaining the surname Mo. Everyone says that you, Mo Yin Danzwa, speak sarcastically. Today, I see that you live up to your reputation. Mo Zhan smiled and said, You don't have any objections to me. The matters of your Mo Yin clan back then had nothing to do with me. At most, I was working for someone else. You can also treat me as a lackey. The smile on Mo Yin Danzwa's face disappeared as he said, Although you and I are both Devil Snake Guards, we have always minded our own business. Why are you here today? Could it be that something has happened? I came to give you a big gift. I just don't know if you dare to accept it. Mo Zhan said, How could you be so kind? Mo Yin Danzwa's eyes were filled with doubt. It was obvious that he did not believe him. I survived a great calamity and came to the battlefield this time. What do you think it's for? Mo asked. Zichun? Mo Yin Danzwa's eyes were filled with vigilance. Don't be so nervous. My goal is to kill Zichun, and you want the battle achievements after Zichun's death. There's no conflict. Mo Zhan smiled and said, How about it? Are you interested in cooperating? How are we going to cooperate? Pull you over to be my hired thug? Mo Yin Danzwa sneered, or rather, you came here alone today. No matter how bad my team is, you won't be missing, right? Mo said in a trembling voice that only the other party could hear. Devil Yin Danzwa's expression immediately changed. Really? How could it be fake? This time, in order to kill Zichun, we have made ample preparations. Mo said with a trembling voice, How about it? Are you interested? Mo Yin Danzwa was naturally interested. However, Zichun's battle prowess was extremely strong. Even if he was fully prepared, how was he supposed to kill him? I need to borrow your men. What's the use of him? Mo said with a trembling voice. Through that information, I have some understanding of Zichun. This person must be very conceited. So after seeing me appear, he will definitely be furious. Therefore, I want to lure him out. The reason why I didn't go over was because one person was too obvious. He definitely wouldn't fall for it. This was very easy to understand. Mo Yin Danzwa could understand that the only thing he needed to pay attention to now was who would get the merit points after killing Zichun. This was what Mo Yin Danzwa cared about the most. Mo said with a trembling voice, We only wish to see Zichun die. As for the final contribution, it doesn't matter. Because we are not on the same path, we just happen to cooperate with each other. As for the final contribution, you will naturally find your lord to receive it, and we will find our own. Understood. You can use my men as you wish. Mo Yin Danzwa readily agreed. Thus, Mo Zhan stayed here, waiting for news from MOD. MOD was very efficient, or rather, he had already gathered enough people when he came. And this time, MOD was the absolute leader. As for Mo Zhan, he was at most a vice commander. Thus, after everything was arranged, Mo Zhan brought Mo Yin Danzwa's men to challenge Zichun. Actually, there was no need to deliberately look for him, because Zichun's team had been advancing at a leisurely pace. After such a long period of development, the size of the team behind him had already exceeded 1,000,000. Mo Zhan looked at Zichun's team from afar and shouted, Idiots of the Spirit Clan, do you still remember me? That's right. I am your Lord Mo Zhan. You didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? Tell Zichun to scram out here. I want to talk to him. Curses immediately came from the spirit clan army in front of him. However, these voices quickly disappeared, and Zichun walked over from behind. When he saw Mo Yijan, a look of surprise appeared on his face. "You're not dead? Humph. What do you think? With your little strength, you want to kill me, Mo Yijan?" Mo Yijan said proudly. "Why don't you take a look at who you are?" Zichun was startled again. "Mo Yijan, you were called Lucian last time, but this time, you actually have the surname Mo. It seems that the demon clan thinks highly of you." Changing the topic, Zichun continued. "However, the demon clan even wants someone like you who can't even withstand a single blow. It seems like there aren't many people left in the demon clan. Why are you the only one here today? Did that guy who ran away without a fight come with you?" I remember that he was called Mod, right? I have to say, the way he ran away was really special. He actually ran away with his magic staff in his crotch. Haha. As soon as Zichun finished speaking, laughter suddenly came from behind Mo Yijan. It was Mo Dan's laughter, because he couldn't hold it in. He knew that Mod had brought a treasure with him last time, and in the end, he had used it to escape. Mo Yijan looked at Mo Dan's, who quickly said, "A mistake, a mistake. I couldn't hold it in." Continue. Haha. Thinking of that action, Mo Dan's laughed again. Mo Yijan also smiled slightly. It seemed that this leader and Mod were not on good terms at all. He continued, "Cut the crap. If you have the ability, come over and see who will kill who today. Let me tell you, in our demon clan, every existence with the surname Mo is not to be trifled with." "Is that so?" Zichun laughed sarcastically. "Then let me see what kind of methods you have." He waved his hand, his eyes surging with boundless killing intent. "Kill. Don't leave a single one alive." The army behind him rushed forward with an imposing aura. Zichun understood the other party's meaning from Lucian's words, so this time, he would send out his troops with all his might and not leave a single one alive. The two armies met and began a large-scale war. However, right after the battle began, the demon clan began to retreat step by step. Zichun looked at the demon clan who was deliberately retreating, and a smile appeared on his face. Interesting. Chapter 4306. Under Zichun's pursuit, the demon clan was defeated again and again, retreating again and again, suffering great losses. In his field of vision, an army of over 1,000,000 spread out, like an endless black painting, slowly moving. Light continued to shine, indicating that they were fighting. Zichun looked into the distance. Mo Yijan did not make a move from the beginning, and after the provocation, he kept retreating. His provocation this time was so obvious. Zichun followed without hesitation. They were all brought here by Zichun from the Sky Martial continent, and had killed their way here. Now that Zichun wanted to go in alone, they naturally had to follow. Zichun shook his head and said, "No need. You guys stay here and continue to fight. Be careful of these demon clan's tricks. I will come back after killing their leader." The few of them were a little worried, but when they thought about Zichun's current fighting strength, they did not say anything more. The passage was still unstable, and even the holy masters of the demon clan were unable to come over. Zichun was invincible in this world. These people dispersed and continued to fight. Zichun went deeper in alone. Zichun followed the fleeing people at a leisurely pace. In front of his field of vision, a planet appeared. Looking at the planet, Zichun's face had a strange expression, because he felt that it was a little strange. He had never been to this place before, so he did not know what this world used to be called. However, since all the demon clan were fleeing towards that world, it meant that their ambush was on that planet. Mo Yijan came outside of the planet and looked at Zichun, who had suddenly stopped. His eyes gradually turned cold. On the other hand, Mo Dan's face had a hint of worry. What if Zichun did not fall for it? Just at this moment, Mo Yijan suddenly made a throat-slitting gesture towards Zichun and said coldly, "Do you dare to fight me to the death?" Zichun smiled faintly. "Although I don't know how many reinforcements you have prepared here, since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish." Zichun caught up with him. A trace of a smile appeared on Mo Dan's face. As long as Zichun entered, he would definitely die. To him, this was a great achievement. After entering this world and sensing the dense mana, Devil Yin Shan's confidence grew. This is for you. When you are in a life or death situation, open it and take a look. Imoi gave Imo Yin Danswa a brocade pouch and said solemnly, "Remember, this is the most dangerous time." Imo Yin Danswa nodded and took it. He didn't ask anything and solemnly put it away. The two of them flew forward. Below them, there were only tall trees. There was no city, and no one could tell that it had been inhabited before. "Let your people take over first," Imoi said with a trembling voice. At this moment, Zichun had just arrived in this world. Devil Yin Danswa immediately gave the signal, and black figures flew out from below, heading towards Zichun. These were all experts, but in this place, they were just cannon fodder. They were here to die, and their goal was to exhaust Zichun's strength. The greater the casualties, the greater the final harvest. Imo Yin Danswa knew that even if all the troops he brought with him died this time, as long as he successfully killed Zichun, the final reward he would receive would only be even more generous. Zichun looked at the world below and felt every blade of grass and every tree in this world. A hint of surprise gradually appeared in his eyes, and he smiled. "I didn't expect you to make such a big move this time. You actually moved the world of the demon clan here. What do you think doing this will give you some confidence?" As for the cannon fodder that rushed up, he didn't even look at them, until the cannon fodder surrounded him in a circle, and from the looks of it, they were going to use some kind of array formation. Zichun's body suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he turned into a bolt of lightning and circled around the group of people inside the formation. The light disappeared, and Zichun returned to his original position. His gaze was still looking into the distance, and he said, "Since you guys are so well prepared, I naturally have to be more serious." The auras around these cannon fodder dissipated, and their bodies fell one after another. Once Zichun became serious, they would all die. Buzz. The sky suddenly trembled, and a magic staff appeared out of thin air, releasing a light that enveloped the entire world. When Imo Yin Danswa saw this scene in the distance, his expression couldn't help but change. The joy from before completely disappeared. "It's Imodi's magic staff. You even found Imodi?" Imo Yin Danswa stared at Imoi, his eyes cold. "You idiot, it wasn't him who found me. It was me who found you." Imodi's laughter rang out, and he walked out from the shadows. "You idiot, you didn't even ask about what happened in the demon realm and only knew how to run. You really are stupid to the extreme. You're courting death." Imo Yin Danswa said angrily. "With the current you think you can kill me?" Imodi glanced at Imo Yin Danswa and said disdainfully, "Right now, you should obediently stand there and pray for my plan to succeed. Maybe in the end, I can even give you a mouthful of soup to drink. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." "Imoi, what's going on?" Imo Yin Danswa stared at Imoi and asked. Imoi's trembling face was filled with shame. "It's very simple. I'll use you as bait." Imodi laughed. "How is it? My plan isn't bad, right?" Looking at the proud Imodi, Imo Yin Danswa was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Good you Imodi, just you wait. When I get out, I'll definitely not let you off. If I don't kill you, Before Imo Yin Danswa could finish his words, Imoi's trembling voice sounded in his mind. "Are you courting death? Threatening him now? Aren't you afraid that he'll kill you here?" Only then did Imo Yin Danswa react and immediately shut his mouth. The current situation was very disadvantageous to him. He glared fiercely at Imoi. He had actually been tricked by the other party. "Idiot, I'll let you live for a while." Imodi no longer paid attention to Imo Yin Danswa and turned to look at Zichun. "How do you want to die today?" Zichun did not answer, but asked instead, "Are you guys done quarreling?" He said regretfully, "I thought you two would definitely have to fight to the death first." Imodi coldly snorted. "Don't try to sow discord," Zichun said. "You clearly have killing intent in your heart, but you don't dare to admit it. What, are you waiting to kill me before killing that stupid guy?" Zichun's voice was not suppressed, so Imo Yin Danswa could hear it clearly. Of course, his expression was ugly. "It seems that you are indeed smarter than him. However, if you think that you can kill me like this, then you are too naive." Chapter 4307. Seeing Zichen's actions, Mod laughed out loud. I thought you still had some tricks up your sleeves, but I didn't expect it to be such an old thing, Mod said in disdain. How many times have I told you? This painting belongs to my demon clan. It can't even unleash its full power in your hands. After pausing for a moment, Mod continued, Furthermore, since I've seen your methods, do you think we won't be on guard? As soon as he finished speaking, a demonic blade appeared from another direction. The demonic blade released the supreme power. The supreme power was very clear and obvious, as if a holy master was standing there. After seeing the blade, Imo Yin Dan's expression couldn't help but change as he cried out involuntarily, This is that venerable king blade? Imoi was also shocked. He only knew that Mod had prepared a backup plan, but he wasn't sure what it was exactly. At this moment, when he saw the chi of the venerable king blade, he was a little shocked. However, after sensing it carefully, he realized that it was not pure. It was not the famous venerable king blade, but an imitation. Feeling the supreme power, Zichen's expression did not change much and said indifferently, To transport such a weapon over, you must have paid quite a price, right? Mod said, The price is indeed not small. Because of this plan, the passage that was about to stabilize has once again become chaotic. At the very least, the Holy Master will have to delay his arrival for several hundred years. Zichun said, Just to kill me, is it worth it? I don't think it's worth it, but the Holy Masters think it's worth it. Not to mention a few hundred years, even if it's 1,000 years, it's still worth it. In the sky, the magic blade and magic staff released their auras at the same time, suppressing Zichun. The originally bright world gradually darkened, as if a storm was about to arrive. Zichun felt the powerful oppressive aura, so he activated the painting. The painting unfolded above Zichun's head, as if a real mountain and river had appeared in the sky. Whether it was the magic blade or the magic staff, they were all blocked outside. Look, you still can't do anything to me, Zichun said with some regret. Mod looked at Zichun as if he was looking at an idiot. Do you think that this thing can delay the invasion of the Saint Masters of the demon race by hundreds of years? After saying that, another magic fan flew up from another place, followed by an ancient magic lamp. 4 demonic artifacts appeared in 4 different directions, releasing powerful auras at the same time, trying to suppress the demonic god painting. Imo Yin Danzua was very shocked, because the remaining 2 weapons also had extraordinary origins. They were extremely famous in the devil world, and they were actually brought out by Mod. Imoi trembled as he looked at the 4 demon weapons and said, They are not real weapons, they were just temporarily refined. However, with the support of the supreme power, their power is extraordinary. At this moment, he was a little worried. That's it? Zichen's expression remained calm as he quietly looked at the 4 demon weapons. The devil race had specially brought them here. They were indeed terrifying, but he was not afraid. If it was the god race who schemed against him this time, he would not have come alone, because he did not know much about the god race, but the devil race was different. Zichen had the demonic god painting on him, and at the same time, he had been to the devil world once, so he had a better understanding of the devil race. The 4 demon weapons attacked at the same time, and Zichun also controlled the painting to block. It was not easy, but he could still block it. Mod's eyes lit up, and he had a deeper understanding of the demonic god painting. Who was Zichun? He was from the spirit clan. A spirit clan using the demonic god painting could have such power, able to block the 4 great demon weapons. What if he used it instead? Wouldn't the power increase by a level? Could it instantly suppress the 4 great demon weapons? What if it was used by the saint? Wouldn't it be comparable to the resurrection of the demon god? The reason why Mod was so excited was because the higher-ups had already made a promise to him. This time, when they surrounded and killed Zichun, his family had contributed a lot, so after Zichun died, his family would obtain the demonic god painting. Seeing that the 4 great demon weapons were evenly matched with the painting, not only was Mod not disappointed, he was even very excited. This time, Zichun was arrogant and came to this place alone. After the 4 great demon weapons came out, this world from the demon clan would be isolated from everything. As for Zichen's teams, even if they came over now, they would not be able to find this place. Therefore, this place had already become a dangerous place. They wanted to kill Zichen in this dangerous place. Mod retreated, his eyes cold. In the distance, Mo Yin was still in shock and was speechless for a long time. These 4 great demon weapons made him understand Mod's determination, and in this situation, Mod really dared to kill anyone. He was not afraid of Mod, but he was also aware of the situation. Otherwise, it would really be like what Moe had said. His death would be in vain. Rays of light flew out from below, each of them at the 9-star realm. These were the private troops of the Mod family. Perhaps their status was different from the demon snake guards, but each of them was an elite. They acted as cannon fodder, the first wave to fight. Of course, it could also be said that they were sending themselves to their deaths. Mod's face was cold as he quietly watched this scene from afar. One of the 9-star holy spirits that were charging forward suddenly ignited with flames. The raging devil flames burned fiercely, and his aura became even stronger. Zichen's expression changed. Mod said indifferently, "Even if my men are cannon fodder, they are still heroic cannon fodder." A light flashed in front of Zichen, and a black shield appeared, blocking in front of him. The shield immediately enlarged, and ancient patterns lingered on its surface. He chose to defend. The 9-star holy spirit that had ignited his life crashed into the light shield. Boom! A powerful force shook, and Zichen's figure retreated. On the light shield in front of him, countless ripples were stirred up. After the attack, the 9-star holy spirit's aura paused, but it did not disappear and continued to charge forward. It did not try to change its direction and still charged in a straight line. With a second boom, Zichen retreated again. Die! A cold voice sounded from not far away, and it was the second demon who had launched an attack. He did not ignite his life, but formed a seal to attack. In the sky, black light surged, and then black flying swords descended from the sky, attacking Zichen. It was like a rain of light. Zichen looked up at this scene and could only raise the light shield to continue blocking. But at this moment, the 9-star holy spirit that had ignited his life attacked for the 3rd time. Zichen frowned slightly, and then a light flashed above his head, and another shield appeared. These 2 shields came from the Holy Talisman realm, and their quality was extremely high. One shield blocked the sky full of attacks, and the second shield blocked the 3rd attack of the 9-star holy spirit that had ignited his life. Boom! A powerful force shook, and Zichen continued to retreat. 3 attacks was the limit of the 9-star holy spirit. In fact, he could have attacked a dozen or even dozens of times, but the power would be weaker. With the death of the 9-star holy spirit, the second 9-star holy spirit took its place. Chapter 4308. Mo Yin Danzwa looked at the battle in the sky, his eyes full of shock. Zichen's strength was obvious to all, so he had been wondering if he could kill Zichen this time. But after Mod used one method after another, he gradually believed it. Even the cannon fodders that were sent to their deaths were so orderly and well-trained. He believed that Zichen would not be able to survive this time. This existence who had created countless miracles in the spiritual realm might really die here today. Boom, 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 boom. Powerful energy fluctuations surged, and all kinds of attacks appeared in the sky. Some burned their life force, some used spells from afar, some assassins who were good at hiding. There were blade lights, sword shadows, demons. Zichen was surrounded by 2 light shields, blocking all the attacks. From the beginning to the end, he had been defending and hadn't taken the initiative to attack. It had to be said that these people were well prepared, and their combat strength was extraordinarily strong. Since the battle with the demons, this should be the most passive Zichen had ever been. As expected of the first person, not only does he have the demon god painting, but all the equipment on him is also extraordinary. Mo Yin Danzwa, who stood in the distance and didn't participate in the battle, sighed. With such a detailed plan, Zichen would definitely die today. So looking at the other party, he was very emotional. If it were an ordinary spirit clan member, who knew how many times they would have died. Compared to the demons, the spirit clan's individual combat strength was much weaker. He didn't expect Zichun to be so strong. Emoisian didn't say a word as he quietly watched the battle. Zichun's 2 light shields had an extraordinarily strong defense. Amidst the continuous explosions of energy, the luster of Zichun's 2 guardian shields dimmed significantly. Mod said, "That's enough?" When the 9-star Saint Spirit who had been attacking Zichun from afar heard the voice, a flying sword appeared in his hand. The flying sword was only the size of an ordinary dagger. He made a gesture with one hand and said, "Go." Like a bolt of black lightning, it suddenly appeared, instantly passing through the barrier of space and came to Zichun's side. Then, it avoided the light shield and stabbed Zichun's head. This was an opportunity that the other party had been deliberately waiting for in order to kill him in one strike. Clang! A black staff suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Zichun, knocking the small sword back. Zichun expressionlessly controlled the 3 weapons, 2 for defense and 1 for attack. After the small sword was sent flying, it returned to the side of the 9-star demon. The light on the surface of the small sword became very dim. The 9-star Saint Spirit had no time to feel sorry for it. He could only look for another opportunity. But this time, it wasn't all for nothing. At the very least, it forced Zichun to use his 3rd weapon. Mod sneered. "There are still quite a few good things, but I want to see how many more of them you have." At this moment, another sharp aura appeared behind Zichun. It was a weapon similar to a flying sword, and it headed straight for Zichun. It was still Zichun's opening in defense, and the timing was very precise. Zichun's expression didn't change. The 2 light shields operated on their own, and the staff in his hand quickly changed direction, smashing towards the attack. At this moment, the small sword that had just been sent flying also came, appearing behind Zichun. Under such a pincer attack, Zichun used his 4th weapon, which was the simple spear. Clang! The 2 attacks were sent flying one after another. After the small sword flew out, it exploded. Obviously, it wasn't a strong weapon that could be used for a long time. 2 shields, a staff, and a spear. These were the weapons that Zichun had taken out for defense. It could be seen that his situation wasn't good. In addition, the picture scrolls in the sky were still fighting, and they needed to consume Zichun's strength. Since Mod had escaped last time, he had made full preparations this time. He didn't even give Zichun a chance to make a comeback. Just from the looks of it, Zichun already had no chance of survival, even if Zichun's performance was still calm and steady. But he still had to die. Moe trembled as he watched the battle quietly. There was no need for him to make a move, and Mod didn't let him make a move either. His expression was calm, but what about his heart? Zichun had come here because of his trust in him. However, Mod's methods were truly unexpected. Mo Yindans was suddenly asked, "Moe, do you think I can get this great merit?" This was a sound transmission. Moe didn't answer and remained silent. But this seemed to be an answer. Mo Yindans was said, "I understand." Next, he quietly watched the battle. More and more attacks appeared. Zichun's defense was no longer watertight. Most importantly, facing countless attacks, Zichun's power soldier was about to be unable to hold on. During this period of time, the Demon Clan had already used up too much manpower and resources. Just the 9-star Holy Spirits alone had already died. 5 of the small weapons had already been used up. Furthermore, there were still people attacking, burning their strength without any regard for their lives. There were also similar terrifying weapons that seemed to be endless. The luster on Zichun's companion's spirit shield was constantly fading, and some fine cracks appeared on it. If Zichun put it away now and took it back to refine it again, it could still be repaired. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time. With a loud bang, a powerful force shook. The companion's spirit shield that Zichun had snatched back then exploded. A high-quality weapon was destroyed just like that. Then, the black rod that Zichun was constantly attacking next to him, which was also within 100 soldiers of the Sacred Weapon Mountain back then, was now in imminent danger. In the end, it also exploded with a loud bang and shattered. The spear and the ancient shield were still holding on. Their quality was very extraordinary, but in the face of such a powerful attack, who knew how long they could last? Moreover, this was the strongest weapon that Zichun currently had. Zichun's Hall and Soul Hall were both in the Tianwu world. The painting scroll was pinned down, and this was the only thing left. MOD, who had been watching the battle indifferently, suddenly said after seeing Zichen's 2 weapons being destroyed, "It's done." In the sky, the 4 powerful demon weapons suddenly released threads of light. They were like countless tentacles, heading towards the painting scroll. The painting scroll was wrapped in layers, looking like it was bound by countless spider silk. They didn't even wait for Zichen to die and wanted to snatch the painting scroll. Once the painting scroll was lost, Zichen would definitely die. It had to be said that this was a huge move. Moe trembled and was somewhat desperate. Mo Yin Danzua was also in despair. When Zichen died, he should be the second. Perhaps Mo Yin would be the third. It was also at this moment that Zichen's voice suddenly sounded. "If you had said that they were your backup, I wouldn't have to waste so much effort. Go ahead and snatch them." Chapter 4309. After withdrawing the energy that was controlling the scroll, Zichen pointed at the space between his eyebrows. As the finger fell, several streaks of soul light scattered in all directions and attacked in several directions. This was Zichen's first counterattack after being besieged. As these streaks of soul light approached, a layer of protection appeared on the bodies of those 9-star holy spirits. It was obvious that everyone was prepared. The streaks of soul light were blocked and were dissipating. Zichen's body disappeared from where he was. The streaks of soul light that scattered in all directions were not a killing move. It was enough as long as they could help him delay for a moment. His body seemed to have teleported, and in an instant, he was in front of a demon. Close at hand, the spear was like lightning and instantly pierced into the chest of the other party. Then, Zichen's body disappeared again. He appeared in another direction and drew a line in the sky. A straight line appeared between heaven and earth, as if the rules of this world had divided the whole world into 2. An obvious black line was drawn forward. The 3 9-star holy spirits could not dodge in time. Their bodies were divided into 2, and their souls were annihilated. MOD saw Zichen's counterattack, but he did not stop it. At this moment, he was wholeheartedly snatching the scroll. As long as the scroll was taken away, Zichen would die without a doubt. However, even without Zichen's control, the scroll was still strong. In the face of the erosion of the 4 types of demonic power, it seemed indifferent. Below, Zichen, who was counterattacking, seemed to be slaughtering. One by one, the 9-star holy spirits fell. At the same time, Spectre, who had been enduring for a long time, also appeared out of thin air and swallowed a 9-star holy spirit in one gulp. In this place, under the rules of this world, it was like a fish in water. After Zichen returned from the Devil Realm last time, he brought with him a lot of demonic power. Almost all of it was devoured by Spectre. More than 2,000 years had passed, and Spectre had also grown. Now, it could easily devour these demons. From the very beginning of the counterattack, Zichen's formidable fighting strength was evident. Even though he was suppressed at the beginning and consumed too much energy, he was still able to slaughter those demons. Only those who used small swords could pose a threat to Zichen in an instant. However, such a weapon could only pose a threat to Zichen twice. In other words, they could only block 2 attacks from Zichen. After those 2 attacks, they would definitely die. How could this be? Seeing Zichen killing in all directions, but there was no movement from his side for a long time, MOD's expression was no longer calm. In his estimation, with the 4 demon soldiers working together to deal with the painting controlled by Zichen, and with the interference of others, this painting that Zichen could not control should have changed hands long ago. However, Zichen had already given up control of the painting. Why were they still unable to gain control of the painting? A thought appeared in MOD's mind, but he couldn't believe that it was true. Because Zichen was only from the Spirit Clan, how could he be recognized by the painting? Or rather, how could he refine the painting? Right now, Zichen was unstoppable. If he couldn't quickly control the painting, then his people would all die this time. Activate the killing array, MOD shouted. He could only prepare in advance. Under the 4 demon soldiers, ripples appeared in the sky, and a killing array that had been set up long ago appeared. The killing array of the demon clan was very terrifying. Back then, Ziqian had seen with his own eyes that old Blindy could use a killing array to kill a city of demon snake guards. At the same time, this killing array was also a backup plan that MOD had prepared. When the killing array appeared, Ziqian raised his head to look at the sky. There was a light in his eyes. It was the demon god's eye. He could clearly see the core of the killing array. Not only did he see the core of the killing array, but he also saw the two 9-star demons hidden there. Ziqian shook the spear in his hand and said, "Go." The spear left his hand and soared into the sky like a sword light. This was a sword technique, the kind of technique that Ziqian had brought back from the demon realm. After many years of research, he could barely use it. Back then, that lord had said that this technique was not inferior to the lightning controlling technique. It was just that in this environment, the power of the lightning controlling technique would be reduced. It was not as powerful as the sword technique. The spear was like a sword, instantly piercing through the array and then piercing into the bodies of the two hidden 9-star demons. It was completely pierced through, killed in one strike. The array in the sky rippled and then collapsed. The array was broken, but MOD still did not control the painting. This caused his expression to become unsightly. Ziqian glanced at MOD and said, "Actually, you shouldn't underestimate me. Of course, it doesn't matter if you underestimate me, but you shouldn't underestimate the demon god's painting. You have to know that this is something that the demon god personally gave to me. Do you think that the demon god's things can be controlled by these 4 weapons?" In the distance, Imo Yin Danzwa cried out, "Demon god! You've seen Lord Demon God?" "Of course. That's impossible. Why didn't Lord Demon God kill you? Why did he give you the painting?" Imo Yin Danzwa clearly did not believe it. "You talk too much nonsense. Go to hell." The spear flew back. With a thought, Ziqian formed a seal with one hand. In the next moment, the spear continued to turn into a sword and flew towards Imo Yin Danzwa. Seeing that Ziqian was actually attacking him, Imo Yin Danzwa's expression changed drastically, and he immediately raised his defense. At the same time, he also used his life-saving method. As the spear approached, his defense instantly shattered. Even his life-saving method was in danger. Clearly, this was a critical moment. Thus, he did not hesitate to take out the brocade pouch that Emoijan had given him. As the brocade pouch opened, a ray of light enveloped his body. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. The spear missed and then turned in front of him, heading towards Emoijan. During this time, Emoijan's 2 layers of protection were instantly shattered, and the power of the spear was greatly reduced. Since this was the case, Emoijan did not dare to be careless. His figure flashed and disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only a sentence. "Lord MOD, I'll take my leave first." Having lost its target, the spear turned into a stream of light and returned to Ziqian's side. At this moment, Ziqian was still fighting, and the 9-star saint spirits had not all died. When the spear came close, Ziqian held the spear in his hand and looked at MOD, saying, "Now, I'll give you a chance to escape." MOD's reply was a cold snort. "Not running? That's even more to my liking." Ziqian waved his sleeve, and the painting that was still in a stalemate suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light. A powerful devouring force appeared and directly swallowed the 4 demon weapons. Then, the painting completely unfolded and enveloped the entire world. Or rather, it was a seal. Ziqian continued, "Do you know why I dared to come here even though I knew this was a scheme? It's because I have it on me. As long as I have it, I will never have to worry about my opponent being a demon." Chapter 43:10. What Mo-E gave Mo Yin Danzwa was an escape method. It was a method to escape from this sealed world. After escaping from that world, Mo Yin Danzwa's face was filled with lingering fear. Not to mention the matter of the battle achievements, his life was completely saved. As for the battle achievements, he didn't want them anymore. This was because MOD had obviously played him. Even if Ziqian died, he might not be able to obtain any battle achievements, and might even lose his life. The most obvious thing was that Ziqian had tried to kill him, but MOD remained indifferent, as if he was deliberately waiting for him to die. "Damn it, I definitely won't let you off." Mo Yin Danzwa cursed. At this moment, another ray of light appeared beside him. It was Mo Xian. You came out too? Mo Yin Dan's was said in surprise. If I don't come out, I'll die. This time, I'm the only one who came. At most, I'm just an errand boy. Mo Xian looked at Mo Yin Danzwa and said, as for your escape method, it can be considered my last trump card. Mo Yin Danzwa knew very well how precious that escape method was. At the very least, he didn't have it, so he immediately said, don't worry, after we return this time, there will be plenty of benefits for you. Mo Xian laughed bitterly. Benefits? If Zichen doesn't die this time, I'll be finished. How big of a crime is it to run away from a battle? Mo Yin Danzwa said, the one in charge this time is Mod. What does it have to do with you? Even if it's over, that guy will be the first to die. Thinking back to the scene that had happened in the previous world, Mo Yin Danzwa's face had a hint of schadenfreude. This time, whether it's the family or the demon clan, they have helped him quite a bit. If he really fails, it's fine if he dies, but if he doesn't die, he will definitely have to pay a huge price. Even if no one pursues me, I will definitely not let him off. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, no one will find trouble with you. As soon as the ancient devil refining jade appeared, it took root in this world. It was the natural nemesis of the demon clan, so it naturally liked the world of the demon clan. As the ancient devil refining jade took root in the ground, the magic power of this world began to fluctuate and flow away. What is that thing? Mod's expression changed. He did not recognize it. Because this thing was already extinct in the demon clan, he could not see it at all. Ancient devil refining jade, Zichen explained. Not only did Mod's expression change, but the expressions of the other demons who had not died also changed. This was the nemesis of the demon race. Last time, I used it to find and kill that guy with the demonic seal. Zichen pointed at the ancient jade of devil refinement. The person he was referring to was none other than Minis. After hearing this, Mod, who was still hesitating before, no longer had any misgivings. He immediately took out an item and was about to escape. As for these people, they were obviously abandoned by him. It was not the first time he had abandoned his companions. However, Mod soon discovered that the life-saving measure that he had deliberately left behind had actually lost its effect. One had to know that even Mo Xian had run away, and the other party had only used a normal escape technique. The one in his hand was connected to the laws of this world. As long as this world existed, then the technique could be activated. Why did it not work now? This world has already been sealed by the painting. Of course you can't escape. Zichen looked at Mod and said, moreover, the ancient devil refining jade has already changed the structure of this world, causing the laws of this world to become incomparably chaotic. It's impossible for you to leave. Have you forgotten that I gave you a chance to leave before, but you didn't take it? Asterisk, 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 asterisk. At this moment, in the sky above this world, in a place where no one could see, Chung Ho and Han Nu silently looked at the world below. Under the perception of the naked eye, this world that the demon clan had spent a lot of effort to get to was crazily losing magic power. They had also seen Mo Xian and Mo Yandan, who had escaped earlier, and allowed the two of them to escape. It seems that Lu Shanyao's guess was right. Chung Ho looked down and said, the magic power of this world is disappearing. Only the real ancient devil refining jade can do this. Zichun dared to come to this place because of this item. The demon clan had always been invading, but no holy master had truly made a move, causing the demon clan to be completely careless. This time, they had set up a trap for Zichun, so regardless of whether Zichun could escape or not, he would not die. This was because Chung Ho and the others had always been paying attention to Zichun. They could ignore this world and be disappointed in those large powers, but they would definitely not allow Zichen to die. Perhaps Zichun had also guessed this point, so he dared to barge into any trap. After this battle, the demon clan might be more cautious. Han Nu did not say anything. Chung Ho continued, this can be considered as buying some time for the spirit realm. Han Nu still did not let down her guard as she watched the demon clan's world below. When they sensed that something was wrong, they came here in advance and watched as Zichun was lured in and then entered. The world below began to collapse, and the demon clan's demon power was greatly depleted. Not long after, it completely collapsed. Zichun stood there alone, and the demon clan members from before were all gone. As for the ancient devil refining jade, Zichun had already put it away. With the ancient devil refining jade, Zichun's battle against the demon clan could be said to be half the result with twice the effort. This time, the demon clan's plan was ruined once again. Apart from the two who had escaped earlier, everyone else had died. The demon clan's demon power of the 4 demon weapons in the painting had also been broken down and absorbed by the painting. Ever since he cultivated the purple soul, Zichun found that it was gradually difficult for him to control the painting with his soul power. It was also the same when he used the demon god's eye. It seemed that the purple soul was assimilating his former soul power. Perhaps in the end, Zichun would not be able to use the demon god's eye. As for the demon god's painting, it might become a decoration or a collection. Zichun quickly left. During this time, he glanced at the sky and cupped his fists in that direction. Look, he knew that we were here, Chung-ho said. This brat has never suffered a loss before. Let's go. Han Nu turned and left. Although the demon clan had focused most of their efforts on the passageway, there were still demon clan members at the demon suppressing gate. They still had to guard it, but they were not as focused as before. All of a sudden, Han Nu stopped and lowered her head to look down. In the void, a ray of light appeared. Following this, the light turned into a door, and a person walked out from the door. It was Mod. He's still alive? Chung-ho was slightly stunned. How could Zichun make such a mistake? Should we help him get rid of him? Han Nu looked at him as if she was looking at an idiot. He knows that we are here, so how could he not see through the other party's little tricks? But why didn't Zichun kill him? If he returned, wouldn't Zichun's greatest secret be exposed? Chung-ho could not understand. Perhaps it's because of that Lu Jun who changed her name. When Zichun had returned, he had told them in detail what had happened in the demon realm. Naturally, he had also told them about Lu Jun. Chapter 43:11. When Mod walked out of the tunnel, his face was filled with joy. He had successfully deceived Zichun, and he was still alive. Ancient devil refining jade. When he thought of that scene, Mod still felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had obtained important information, so he could report it when he returned. However, when he thought about how everyone else had died, he felt a headache coming on. Those people were the main force. It was not easy for the clan to nurture them. He did not expect them to all die. Worried that Zichun would turn back, Mod hurriedly left. He did not know that 2 holy venerables were watching him. When the 2 holy venerables returned to the demon-suppressing gate, they found Zichun there. Why are you here? Chung-ho looked at Zichun and asked, Did you leave that guy behind on purpose? Zichun nodded as an answer. He then said, I want to know where the demon race's camp is. What do you want to do? Chung-ho looked at Zichun. The other holy venerables also looked at Zichun curiously. As holy venerables, they were very sensitive to the world. Naturally, they knew where the demon race came from. Zichun said, I plan to place the ancient devil refining jade in the space they invaded. What? Even the holy venerables, who had seen countless things, had a change in expression when they heard Zichun's words. If he really placed the ancient devil refining jade in that place, it would be a huge move. No demon race would be able to come over. By the same logic, no demon race would be able to return. It was equivalent to cutting off their path forward. At the same time, they also understood why Zichun had come. Clearly, he wanted their help. That place was too dangerous. With the holy venerables accompanying them, they would be more confident. Before the holy venerables could express their opinions, Han Nu said, I think this suggestion is not bad. It can be done once and for all. Since Han Nu had nodded, the others naturally did not have any objections. However, before that, they needed to think it over. Zichun sat down cross-legged and began to recover. The previous battle had consumed a lot of his energy, so he urgently needed to recover. As for the method, it was up to them to figure it out, because the purpose of him coming here was to have the saint accompany him, and the saint's purpose was to ensure his safety. Therefore, Zichun was not in a hurry. The holy masters could think of a plan, and he also intended to give that guy called Imo some time to return to the demon clan. She didn't know what method he used to obtain this Imo surname, but it should be Zichen decided not to think about it anymore. He was starting to admire that guy. Imo Zhan and Imo Yens were headed towards the Devil Clan. This time, they were once again the losers. However, along the way, the two of them chatted and were in a good mood. At the very least, his life was saved. Don't worry, no matter if Imo dies this time or not, I won't let him have an easy time when we get back. Devil Yin Dan's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, daring to scheme against me. That's purely courting death. Imo has been arrogant for so many years. When have I ever been afraid of him? Imo Yin Shan Zhua was not just casually saying that. He had the strength. Most importantly, this time, not only did Imo want to kill Zichen, he also wanted to kill himself. Therefore, this matter was not over yet. After the two of them returned to the camp, they did not stay any longer and directly returned to the demon clan. This time, they had failed, so they needed to give an explanation. Not too long after, Imo came over with a murderous aura. After not seeing the two of them here, he also returned to the demon realm. Following that, it was a war of words. They went back and forth, and it lasted for a long time. The army of the demon clan was still being sent to the spirit realm. To the huge demon clan, these troops could not even be considered as the vanguard. This time, because there were no holy masters, the demon clans that came here were mainly here to train their troops. Therefore, even if they failed, there would still be demon clans coming in. It was the same for the God clan. After an endless stream of God clan troops came in through the passage, they started a war with the spirit realm. Perhaps it was because of the absence of Zichun. The situation on the God clan side was much better. However, their progress was also blocked. 3 God clan members passed through the territory of the spirit realm and arrived at the battlefield of the demon clan. They walked towards the demon clan's camp. Along the way, they encountered some demon clan members. However, after the 3 of them released the aura of the God clan, they no longer paid attention to the 3 of them. Gods and demons came to the spirit realm together, so they were naturally allies. My lord, the area of the spirit realm that has been invaded is almost negligible. Is it really appropriate for us to take such a risk and meet the demon clan? One of them asked in confusion. The God clan youth who was walking at the front said, "It is precisely because of this that we have to cooperate with the demon clan and strive to achieve a glorious result before the troops come in." The God realm and the demon realm were not the same. It was not easy to contact each other. This time, they had come to the spirit realm at the same time. They could use this place as a channel to contact each other and reach some kind of consensus. It's all that damn Zichen's fault. If it weren't for him, we might have already occupied nearly half of the spirit realm. A Zichun had appeared out of nowhere and changed the situation in the spirit realm. The spirit realm, which had originally been fleeing, began to counterattack. As a result, their advance was blocked. This time, the other party came here to discuss a solution with the demon clan. For example, they wanted to join forces. When they arrived at the demon clan's camp, they were immediately received. Then, the leaders of the 2 forces gathered together. However, the God clan members found that the demon clan leader was somewhat absent-minded. It seemed that he did not care much about the alliance. Thus, the other party asked the question in his heart. The demon clan leader did not hide anything. He directly told them that the plan to kill Zichen this time had failed again, causing the demon clan to suffer heavy casualties. Obviously, this was because the latest news had not arrived. Otherwise, the demon clan leader would not be in a bad mood. He should be very worried. The appearance of the ancient fiend refining jade was equivalent to the appearance of the demon clan's nemesis. How could they remain calm? Outside the camp, there were demon clan experts standing guard. Suddenly, ripples appeared in front of them. A person appeared in the midst of the ripples. Who is it? One of the demon clan members noticed the abnormality and immediately shouted. It was obvious that it was a person. However, because of the ripples in front of them, the demon clan members could not see the other party's appearance clearly, nor could they sense the other party's aura. The ripples around the person gradually dissipated. His appearance gradually became clearer, and even his aura slowly stabilized. It was the spirit clan. The demon clan member's expression changed drastically. Then, he flew into a rage. The spirit clan had the guts to come here? Chapter 43:12. These words were like a clap of thunder, exploding in the demon's mind. Why was this guy, who had just ruined the assassination plan, here? Zichun walked forward, and the ripples behind him disappeared. He was alone. When the demon saw that Zichun was alone, he didn't feel lucky, nor did he take the initiative to attack. Instead, he chose to retreat. Zichun was too famous. Everyone knew of his terrifying combat strength. The other demons guarding the entrance also saw Zichun, and their expressions changed. However, no one made a move. Everyone was retreating as Zichun moved forward. After Zichun arrived, he spread his soul power in all directions to sense the passage that the demons entered, as well as the number of demons here. An army of hundreds of thousands was here, densely packed. At this moment, the army was heading in this direction. They should have known that he was coming. The gods were discussing inside, but soon a noise came from outside. This made the demon leader's expression turn ugly. However, before he could go out to see the situation, he heard the noise outside. Zichun of the Spirit Clan had come. The gods were shocked. Of course, they had heard of Zichun's name, but they had never seen him before. The demon leader didn't care about his three allies and immediately walked out. Zichun dared to come here. Wasn't he courting death? The demon leader walked out. The three gods also left the room out of curiosity. Then, they released their soul remembrance and saw Zichun. He had come, and he was alone. One of them exclaimed, "This guy, how dare he come here alone?" Another said, "This isn't courage, he's obviously courting death." The god leader didn't say anything. His expression gradually became serious. After coming to this world, he had heard too much about Zichun's deeds. When had Zichun ever done anything without using his brain? Now that Zichun had come here alone, it was obvious that he was courting death. Was he brainless? Obviously not. "Let's just watch here. Don't go forward," said the god leader. The three of them didn't try to get closer because Zichun's side couldn't accommodate too many people. The entire void was surrounded by the devil race, leaving Zichun with only a radius of 1,000 feet. However, Zichun was still moving forward, so everyone was retreating. Both sides maintained the same distance. "Zichun, how dare you?" A cold voice sounded. The crowd parted like water, and the leader of the demon race walked in. It was a 9-star demon race holy spirit. It seemed that everything was as he had guessed. The demon race's passageway was not stable. Even half-step holy venerates could not reach this place. Zichun glanced at the demon leader and said, "What? Can't I come here to take a look? This is the territory of the spirit race. I can go wherever I want." The leader of the demon race said indifferently, "So you're saying that you're purely seeking death?" Killing intent surged in the surroundings. Everyone looked at Zichun with cold eyes. Zichun said, "Don't be so nervous. I'm just here to take a look. I'll also take a look at the passageway you came in and see if it's stable or not." Everyone's expressions changed. Zichun was clearly here for the passageway. The leader of the demon race glanced to the side. Many of the scouts were shaking their heads, indicating that they hadn't discovered anything. Zichun had come alone. "You're alone?" The leader of the demon race looked at Zichun. "That's right. I'm just here to take a look." "Why? Am I not welcome?" Zichun asked. The leader of the demon race retreated and said coldly, "Zichun, I don't care what tricks you're playing today. Since you're here, don't think of leaving alive." With that, the leader of the demon race gave the order to retreat. Suddenly, countless ripples appeared in the sky. Then, a formation appeared. The demon race had set up their base here. Naturally, they had placed many backup plans. "Don't you think it's a little too late to set up a formation now?" A smile appeared on Zichun's face as he immediately moved forward. He was only a few hundred feet away from the Devil Clan, and he closed in on them in an instant. He didn't make a move. Instead, he moved with the demon race. Once the killing formation fell, it would inevitably implicate the demon race. The leader of the demon race, who had retreated far away, smiled mockingly. "Do you think you can avoid the formation like this? Aren't you a little too naive?" In the next moment, The bodies of the demon race lit up. The formation took shape. They were unaffected by the formation. Zichun, on the other hand, received special treatment. The leader of the demon race saw that Zichun was under the formation and didn't use any other means. He was slightly stunned. He couldn't help but have an illusion in his heart. Was this guy really here to die? Just as he decided to use the killing formation, he saw Zichun smile. His smile was full of mockery. The leader of the demon race suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. The void suddenly lit up. A ray of light fell from the sky and landed on the formation. The formation began to shake and became unstable. The leader of the demon race didn't have any chance to adjust. The second attack fell and directly destroyed the formation. Without the formation, the light on the demon race's bodies faded. Zichun continued to move forward. He was neither fast nor slow. I already said that I'm only here to visit. Why do you have to do this? I'd be a fool to believe you. Formation, rise again. The demon race shouted angrily. The formation in the sky rose again. However, this time, in addition to the formation, there were several demon weapons. These demon weapons were able to fight against a holy venerate. The formation now was of course more terrifying. Obviously, the previous attack was made by a holy venerate. Therefore, the leader of the demon race had to use the power to fight against a holy venerate. However, Zichun's expression was still indifferent. He continued to move forward. The attacks in the sky continued to fall. This time, there were several attacks. Not only did they fall on the formation, but they also fell on the demon weapons. The formation was destroyed. The demon weapons were shattered. This was the power of a holy venerate. The leader of the demon race's expression changed again. This was the first time a holy venerate of the spirit race attacked. He didn't expect it to be so powerful. Of course, if they knew that it was an ancient holy venerate who attacked, they wouldn't be so surprised. Why did Zichun dare to come here? It should be known that the hundreds of thousands of demon race soldiers could tear him apart if they attacked him one by one. He was relying on the ancient holy venerate. Zichun continued to move forward. He wasn't fast. All the demon race's backup plans were destroyed by the holy venerate in the dark. The three divine race people looked at Zichun's unhurried manner. It was as if he was really just here to look at the passageway. Finally, Zichun stopped when he was about 10 miles away from the passageway. During this time, many of the demon race's backup plans were destroyed. He looked at the leader of the demon race and said, "Thank you for accompanying me for so long. In order to express my gratitude, I think I should give you guys something." Zichun didn't keep them in suspense. He also didn't make them wait for a long time. He took out the item that he had prepared long ago. Chapter 43:13. As soon as the ancient jade of devil refinement appeared, it took root in the void. Then, countless rays of light appeared and spread out like tentacles. The nearby demons were entangled by the tentacles. Their strength began to drain as they were devoured. Those demons that were not swept by the tentacles also felt their strength begin to drain rapidly. What's going on? The leader of the demons was shocked and exclaimed. The other demons retreated, but they still could not stop the loss of their strength. Zichun silently watched the demons fall into chaos. In fact, this was only a part of it. There was another part, or more tentacles, that was heading toward the passage in the distance. To stabilize the passage, a large amount of demonic energy was needed, and the ancient jade of devil refinement needed that demonic energy. Some demons noticed this scene and started to attack the tentacles. However, it was useless. Their attacks fell on the tentacles. Not only did they not cause any damage to the tentacles, they instead became nourishment for the tentacles, making them grow stronger. Where did the nemesis come from? That was how it came to be. After devouring so many demons and corpses, the ancient jade of devil refinement was no longer what it used to be. The first batch of demons that were swept in were in danger. What is this? How can it be so terrifying? When the three members of the god race saw this scene from afar, their expressions changed. However, until now, the three of them had yet to feel any discomfort. It's the ancient jade of devil refinement, the legendary ancient jade of devil refinement. Some demons exclaimed as they thought of something that did not exist in the legends. The ancient jade of devil refinement was like the demon god. It was a legend that everyone knew, but no one believed that it really existed until the demon god's relic appeared 2,000 years ago. This time, the ancient jade of devil refinement was clearly presented in front of everyone. As soon as these words came out, it triggered the memories of all the demons. For a moment, they fled even faster. I see. The three members of the God Clan suddenly understood why they were not affected by the power of the black flame. The demons were in chaos and might even be wiped out. The premise was that no holy master attacked from a distance. The abnormal change here attracted the attention of the other side of the passage. For a moment, a powerful attack surged toward this side. It was the holy master attacking from a distance. The passageway was no longer stable, and it was unknown what kind of damage it had caused. Fortunately, this powerful attack had successfully passed through. However, at this moment, another holy sovereign's power fell from the sky and blocked this demon's power. When Zichen arrived, he did nothing but take out the ancient devil refining jade. After that, he just stood there and watched as the demons fell into chaos. He watched as the hundreds of thousands of soldiers couldn't do anything to him. He was just here to watch the show. The demon Saint Venerate from another world sent out only one attack, and the passage became even more unstable. The demon energy in the passage was quickly devoured. If this continued, the passageway would definitely close. When the three Protoss saw this, one of them said, "Should we help them?" Only they could approach the ancient devil refining jade. However, Zichen was standing under the tree. This was a huge problem. The leader of the divine race looked around. If he helped them now, it would be a great favor to the demon race. What else could they not agree on? Besides, they didn't need to kill Zichen. They just needed to destroy the ancient fiend refining jade. Attack. Time was tight. Without much time to think, the leader of the divine race gave the order. The three of them took out three divine weapons at the same time and attacked from afar. During this time, the leader of the divine race carefully looked at the sky, worried that the spirit race's holy sovereign would attack. But no. Even when the attacks were close to the ancient fiend refining jade, the spirit race's holy sovereign didn't attack. Instead, Zichen attacked. A simple spear sent the three weapons flying. Go. At this point, the leader of the divine race was relieved. After catching the weapons that flew back, he flew forward. The other two followed closely behind him. Zichen stood under the tree and looked at the three approaching quickly. He said indifferently, "Why do you want to die?" He let go of the spear in his hand. The spear trembled in the air. Zichen formed a seal with one hand, and the spear pierced through the air. It was still a sword technique, the Thunder Sword. Like a rainbow, it instantly approached one of the divine race members. Seeing this sword, the divine race member's expression changed drastically. He immediately controlled his defense to block it. But it was useless. The extraordinary divine weapon shattered. The spear broke through the defense like a sword and pierced the demon's chest. Puff. It completely pierced through. It turned around and flew back. When the leader of the divine race saw this, a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. He no longer held back and took out a divine lamp. The divine lamp shone, and a murderous aura surged out. The aura of an honorable surged. Obviously, it was an honorable weapon. At this time, Zichen also unfolded the scroll and blocked in front of the honorable weapon. Perhaps there was a change in Zichen's soul power attribute that made him unable to control the scroll skillfully. Or perhaps the honorable weapon opposite him was too powerful. The scroll didn't have the absolute upper hand when the two sides collided. Zichen was a little surprised. This was the first time he had seen this. But when he thought about it, the other party was from the divine race and not the demon race. The aura of a demon god might be reduced to a divine race member, so he didn't hesitate. He held the spear and the ancient shield in his hands and charged forward. 1 against 2, powerful auras kept surging in the air. The combat strength of the leader of the divine race was beyond Zichen's imagination, and the number of good things he had on him was also far beyond his expectations. In the short exchange, Zichen had 3 sure kill opportunities, but the other party dodged them all and used various methods to escape. and the divine race member took advantage of the opportunity when he was sent flying to move toward the ancient devil refinement jade. Zichun made a hand sign again, and the spear left his hand and charged toward the other party. After several collisions, the divine race member was successfully killed. However, when the spear returned to Zichun's hand, Zichun saw that there were cracks on the body of the spear. Last time, when MOD set up a trap, Zichun lost two powerful weapons. Although the spear and the ancient shield weren't broken, they were damaged. He didn't expect that this battle with the divine race would cause cracks to appear on this extremely extraordinary weapon. It was on the verge of breaking. It would probably take quite a few years for him to fully recover from such an injury. Buzz. The sound of energy vibrating came from the front. After losing all the demonic power in the demon race's passage, it began to heal. The ancient devil refinement jade devoured all the power in the passage. The demon race's passage closed again, and the demons lost the chance to return to their homeland. Similarly, the demons couldn't continue to send reinforcements. Seeing this, the leader of the divine race decided to retreat. Can you leave? Chapter 43:14. All the demons stood in the distance. The camp had long been torn apart. Zichun had also left. The ancient jade of devil refinement was still rooted there, devouring the remaining demonic energy around it. The demons could only watch from afar, not daring to come forward. The three gods of unknown origins had been killed by Zichun, and Zichun had taken the spoils of war. The demons were at a loss and helpless because they couldn't go back. They had no communication with the demons. Like water without roots, they would slowly evaporate and disappear from the spirit realm. Unless they could hold on until the demons invaded a second time and leave through that passage. Zichun returned to his team, and then on the same day, he spread the news of the battle with the demons. The demons' passage had been destroyed, and there would be no more reinforcements. If they didn't seize the time to kill the demons and gain contribution points, once all the demons were killed in the future, they wouldn't be able to gain anything. For a time, the spirits of the spirit realm were motivated again. More people joined in, forming a demon hunting army. The news quickly spread to the God Clan because their leader had suddenly disappeared. According to the information from the God Clan, he had been killed. Thinking back to what happened in the demon's passage, they had already guessed the reason. It should be said that it was a coincidence. Their leader, who had gone to discuss matters with the demons, was killed by Zichun. The demons had lost their reinforcements, and with the spirit realm's current fighting spirit, they would soon be nibbled away. Once the demons were gone, what would happen to the gods? At this moment, the divines began to feel worried, especially after learning about the collapse of the demon race's passageway. The ancient jade of devil refinement was still rooted in the void. During this time, no demons dared to approach it. The destruction of the demon's passage caused a great shock in the demons. All the forces were discussing and crusading against it. The target of the crusade was MOD. Everyone was too lazy to pursue the matter of his failure to plot against Zichun. What they blamed was that MOD did not report the important information about the ancient devil refining jade in the first place. Otherwise, the demon race would not have been so hasty. They were caught off guard by Zichun and indirectly lost over 1 million demon race troops. Now that the passageway could not be opened, the chances of those devils surviving in the spirit realm were extremely low. This was something that MOD did not expect. According to his original plan, he would first charge MOE with the crime of escaping from battle, and at the same time, use the ancient devil refining jade as the most important piece of information to minimize his crime. However, Zichun's speed was too fast. Before he could report the matter, the tunnel had been destroyed. His late report had delayed the important matter. Not only did it not help him get off the hook, but it also became a huge crime for everyone. As for Mo Xian and Mo Yin Danzua, the demon clan no longer pursued the matter, or perhaps they no longer had the time to pursue the matter. Zichun returned to the Sky Martial continent. The battle in the spirit realm was still ongoing, but he, the leader, was no longer leading the team. After returning to the Tianwu world, Zichun still focused on cultivation. It was just that during this period of time, he needed to refine his weapon. In the last battle, whether it was the spear or the ancient shield, the damage was not small. However, if he wanted to completely repair it, it would take an extremely long time. Thus, Zichun went to find the Hall Spirit Su to see if she had any ideas. However, the answer he received was that it would be extremely difficult to repair it, and it would take too long. Only then did Zichun remember that the Saint Zichun from back then, other than leaving behind his strength, he also left behind some weapons. As for the spear and shield that he had taken from the Saint's spirit realm, they had become souvenirs and were left in the Sky Martial Continent. As for Zichun himself, he went to look for a weapon that he could use. Arriving at the Zichun Hall, the Hall Spirit Su opened up a space. Looking at the few weapons inside, Zichun was slightly startled and said, "Why are there so few?" The last time he came here to get the Purple Soul, he saw a lot of weapons. There was even a set of extremely eye-catching battle armor, and its grade was very high. Even if Zichun did not deliberately sense it, he knew that the battle armor should be at the honored rank. But this time, not only was the honored rank battle armor gone, the other weapons were also gone. The Hall Spirit Su did not respond, so Zichun asked again, "What's going on?" "It wasn't like this last time." The Hall Spirit Su's voice finally sounded lazily. "With my authority, I can only open that place once. Now, it can't be opened anymore." "What? You don't like the weapons here?" How could Zichun not like them? But if there really was an honored rank weapon, then that would be extremely good. After all, he had already seen the power of an honored rank weapon, and he had even used it before. Unfortunately, as his soul power had changed, the power of the picture scroll had gradually decreased. That made Zichun feel very regretful, but if there was something else to make up for it, it would be extremely good. The Hall Spirit Su continued, "With your current realm and strength, these weapons are completely enough for you. You don't have the power of a holy sovereign, so even if you were given a holy sovereign weapon, you wouldn't be able to use its true power. Furthermore, that sword is very suitable for you right now." Zichun looked in a certain direction and saw a long sword. The sword's body was overflowing with lightning, and it was definitely not an ordinary item. The instant he saw that lightning sword, Zichun felt as if his lightning sword art had some sort of reaction. The Hall Spirit Su continued, "This was left behind by an expert from the Lightning Clan. I feel that it has the same aura as the sword art you've been cultivating recently." Zichun walked forward and picked up the lightning sword. A familiar feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. It seemed that many years ago, he had done such a thing and used this sword. He used a little bit of power, and a fierce aura surged on the sword's body. Countless lightning flashed with a violent aura. Zichun nodded. This was not an honored rank weapon, but he was still very satisfied. It was indeed very suitable for him to use with the lightning sword that he had just comprehended. Moreover, Zichun found that it seemed that he didn't need to condense it for the sword to recognize him as its master. This is it. Zichun put away the longsword and left the Zichun Palace. Next, he had more important things to do. The ancient devil refining jade was a legendary existence in the demon clan, and no one in the spiritual realm knew about it. However, this was all in the past. Now that Zichun had used the ancient devil refining jade to seal the demon clan's retreat, legends about the ancient devil refining jade were everywhere in the spiritual realm. After all, how amazing was it for a tree to be able to stop the demon clan's advance? At the same time, there were some curious voices. Chapter 43:15. The ancient devil refining jade was rooted in the air, giving off a faint light. It was very quiet. It looked like a vigorous little tree, and there was nothing strange about it. However, it was this small tree that had closed the passage between the spirit world and the demon world, leaving the demon race army with no home to return to. The demon chi that had filled the area had long disappeared. There was no longer any demon chi in the area. Hence, the ancient devil refining jade was very quiet. The demon race still occupied this place. However, they did not dare to approach this place. The spirit race did not dare to come either. Otherwise, many people would have come to visit this place. The ancient devil refining jade was very safe here. The space was silent. It was deathly still. It was impossible to sense the flow of time. An illusory figure moved through the space. No one could see him. He passed through the demon race's blockade and arrived at the space where the ancient devil refining jade was. He looked at the jade from afar. The ancient devil refining jade gave off a faint light. It was very quiet. It did not look as scary as the legend said. He observed from afar for a while. Then, he carefully moved forward. However, he still did not get close. Not long after, he left. The next day, he appeared again. This time, he was slightly closer. He observed the ancient devil refining jade there. Not long after, he left. Every day, he secretly observed the ancient devil refining jade. He tried to get closer time and time again. He got closer every day. Finally, on the 10th day, he encountered an obstruction. It was an insignificant ripple. He used 2 days to remove it. No one noticed. Everything was silent. Then, there was another obstruction. It was a layer of restriction. It was slightly more difficult. He used 5 days to break it. After breaking through 2 restrictions, he finally got close to the ancient devil refining jade. He was less than 300 meters away. This distance was nothing to a half-step holy venerate. Furthermore, after confirming that there was no obstruction in front of him, he decisively made his move. His previous cautiousness and caution had turned into certainty and decisiveness. A powerful attack headed straight for the ancient jade of fiend refinement. It was not to take it, but to destroy it. In almost the blink of an eye, the ancient devil refining jade would be reduced to dust. The blink of an eye was too fast. However, the blink of an eye was enough for something to happen. An unfolded scroll unfurled and blocked the attack. When the attack entered the scroll, it only caused a few ripples before disappearing. Demon God Painting. When the half-step holy venerates saw this scene, their expressions changed. A figure of light appeared in front of the scroll. It was Zichon. He looked at the half-step holy venerate in front of him and said, "I thought you would only attack tomorrow. I didn't expect you to be so impatient. It seems like you still need to improve your patience." The half-step sacred venerable asked, "You have been here the entire time?" Zichon nodded. "That's right. I've been watching you, watching your every move." "Impossible. How could you see through my concealment technique?" The half-step holy venerate was in disbelief. Zichon said confidently, "There is nothing I can't see through." Since they were already discovered, there was no need for the half-step holy venerate to say anything more. Before a holy venerate arrived, they just needed to kill Zichon and destroy the ancient demon refining jade. The half-step holy venerate charged at Zichon. Zichon unfurled the scroll. Although the scroll was no longer of much help to him and could not pressure him, it could still ensure that he was undefeatable. The scroll unfurled and enveloped the two. The half-step holy venerate raised his head and looked at the sky above the scroll. He said, "I heard that your scroll has a magic ability that can make one's cultivation drop. Why don't you show it to me?" Zichun said, "I don't need to use such a method to deal with you." The half-step holy venerate smiled coldly and said, "It looks like the rumors are correct. As time passes, you indeed cannot control the scroll." The half-step holy venerate already saw the problem. He no longer used the things he prepared to resist the scroll. The half-step holy venerate looked at Zichun and said indifferently, "Since you no longer have any means to pressure me, I'll show you the strength of a half-step holy venerate today." The half-step holy venerate raised his hand, and a light flowed on his palm. A half-step holy venerate already had holy venerate energy. Although it was not as pure, it was still much stronger than Holy Spirit energy. The half-step holy venerate swung his palm downwards like a blade. A dazzling light appeared, carrying a strong holy venerate energy aura as it headed straight for Zichun. This was the first time Zichun met a spirit race half-step holy venerate. Facing this move, he chose to defend. A light lit up in front of Xiaochun, turning into a shield. With a boom, Zichun's body flew backward as the guardian shield shattered into pieces. 300 meters away, Zichun steadied himself. His robes were slightly wrinkled, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. After clearly sensing the half-step holy venerate's strength and even blocking one move, Zichun gained a deep understanding of the half-step holy venerate. He gave his evaluation. It is only a... In the end, The half-step Holy Venerate strength was not the true Holy Venerate strength. It was only of a higher level than the Holy Spirits. However, Zichun was at the peak of the Holy Spirits in terms of strength and physical body. He was no weaker than a half-step Holy Venerate strength. Actually, they were evenly matched. You are seeking death. The half-step Holy Venerate pressed forward again. Boundless murderous intent filled his eyes as he approached Zichun. Then, he punched, and Holy Venerate energy wrapped around his fist. Zichun also punched back. A dazzling electric light released a strong aura. Loud rumbles rang out again, and the two moved back. Following that, it was like two beams of light met. They flew back and clashed again. The half-step Holy Venerate's greatest advantage was his unique Holy Venerate energy. However, he could not completely suppress Zichun. As the half-step Holy Venerate continuously attacked, Zichun's aura grew stronger. How could the spiritual energy of the world be so strong? The half-step Holy Venerate felt startled. He gradually understood why there was no Holy Venerate guarding this place. This was because there was no need for one. Zichun alone could deal with everything. After figuring this out, the half-step Holy Venerate decided to use his strongest killing move. Holy Venerate energy gathered in front of him and turned into a ferocious black tiger. The ferocious tiger reared its head and roared, sending out countless ripples. A storm appeared out of nowhere, wreaking havoc in the air. This was his most powerful move. If he still could not kill Zichun, he would retreat. The ferocious tiger moved forward. Zichun defended again. This time, he flew out nearly 1,000 feet. When he stabilized his body, he coughed up blood again. It seemed that he was injured. However, that was all. He glanced at the ancient jade of devil refinement not far away. Today, his goal was not to kill Zichun. His figure flashed. Using some unknown method, he actually escaped the control of the scroll and arrived outside the scroll, in front of the ancient jade of devil refinement. With one strike, the ancient jade of devil refinement would be shattered. Then, the demon race would be eliminated forever. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly lit up. It flashed with resplendent electric light and appeared in the half-step Holy Venerate's vision. It was a ray of sword light, a sword of lightning. It broke through the air and arrived in the blink of an eye. Chapter 43:16. The electric light in front of the half-step Holy Venerate scattered. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. A cold metallic light flickered under his tattered robes. That was the armor he wore under his robes. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to refine it. It was of very high quality. Unexpectedly, it could not even block one of Zichun's sword strikes. The continuous loss of life made the half-step Holy Venerate feel the long-awaited sensation of death. The half-step Holy Venerate had long forgotten this feeling. No one had been able to threaten his life for many years. Back when he was very weak, this feeling made the half-step Holy Venerate very uncomfortable, even fearful. The half-step Holy Venerate glanced at the ancient devil refining jade before decisively leaving. If he did not leave, he would die. Zichun walked out of the painting. As he watched the half-step Holy Venerate turn into a beam of light and leave, he asked, "Why are you doing this?" The existence of the ancient devil refining jade did indeed threaten the demon race. However, the demonic energy in this place had already disappeared, and the barrier had returned to normal. Be it Shao Chun or the ancient devil refining jade, they would not remain here for long. The demon race could not possibly open a passageway out of nowhere. If they had the ability, they would have entered long ago. That half-step Holy Venerate would not have to expose his identity. He might even implicate his clan. The spiritual realm's people had always maintained a zero-tolerance attitude toward the demon race. For example, the Chui clan, which disappeared several thousand years ago, was the best example. No faction at that time objected. No moral saint stood out to say that not everyone deserved to die. Some did not deserve to die. As for what happened next, it was not something Zichun should worry about. Naturally, someone would follow. If a half-step Holy Venerate wanted to leave, Shao Chun could not stop him. The light in the painting faded and returned to Zichun's side. Zichun sighed. If the other party's soul energy had not evolved toward purple, With the support of the demonic god painting, it would have been very difficult for him to leave. Now, it was just the painting. After a while, he would not be able to use the demonic god eye. At that time, Zichun would be considered a true spirit race individual. Now, he had a deeper understanding of his own strength. He was not a half-step holy venerate, but was stronger than one. After looking around, Zichun decided to stay and wait. Just like fishing, the willing ones would take the bait. Perhaps, there would always be those who did not believe in evil. The god race had strengthened their defenses at the passage, dispatching one powerhouse after another. No one knew if the ancient jade of god refining really existed in this world, but in order to prevent the demons from happening again, they had to be prepared in advance. Most importantly, they were worried that Zichun would come and kill them. The situation on the deity race's side was the same as the demon race's side. Holy masters could not come, and even half-step holy masters could not come. Zichun waited in the dark for another month. During this time, he didn't find anyone suspicious. It seemed that he couldn't wait any longer. He took the ancient fiend refining jade and used the spirit core to reach the area occupied by the Protoss. The god race was still very active, but the spirit race had already formed a sizable army. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties. On a certain battlefield, Zichun suddenly appeared, swooped down, and effortlessly took the life of a divine race leader. Seeing Zichun's sudden appearance, the god race panicked. On the other hand, the spirit race's morale soared, and they burst into cheers. Unsurprisingly, the god race suffered a crushing defeat in this battle. It could be considered their greatest loss. Those high-level existences were all slaughtered by Zichun. Since the start of the war, the god race had never suffered such heavy losses. For a moment, their morale was at an all-time low. Some people even suggested leaving at this time. However, this was obviously impossible. Zichun was only one person, and the god race army exceeded 1 million. How could they leave just because of Zichun? After the battle, the leader of the spirit race wanted to find Zichun to thank him, but he found that Zichun had already disappeared. At this time, Zichun was standing in the void, and Chung Ho was beside him. He said unhappily, "Zichun, no matter what, I, Chung Ho, am an ancient holy master. Can't you show me some respect? I'm your hired thug. Do you think you can beat up whoever you want?" The reason Chung Ho was dissatisfied was because of Zichun's previous suggestion. He wanted him to go to the god race's camp and destroy the passage between the two worlds, so that the god race would become homeless. Zichun said calmly, "At this time of crisis, as a holy master of the spirit race, don't you feel guilty saying these words?" Chung Ho said indifferently, "Of course I don't feel guilty. I don't owe this world anything." Zichun said, "That's too boring. You have nothing to do. Accompanying me won't take up too much of your time." Chung Ho said, "Is that a trip? It's a trip to risk your life, okay? Even if it's a trip to risk my life, you don't have to risk your life. Moreover, don't you think that this is a great opportunity for us to make a move?" Zichun said, "Right now, the holy masters of the god realm and the demon realm have not come. Once they come, we won't have such an opportunity. Perhaps this is our only chance to completely defeat them. When the next disaster comes, how can we have such a great chance of victory?" Zichun looked down at the people who were still cleaning up the battlefield. He said, "They used us to train their soldiers, so we won't let any of them go back. It's good that these people die. When the next war erupts, our people will all be elites left behind after the war." Chung Ho looked at Zichun and suddenly asked, "Do you think you can change the current situation?" Zichun said, "Perhaps we can't change it, but if we can do something within our power to make this world a better place, why wouldn't we do it?" Chung Ho nodded and did not say anything more. His silence was a tacit agreement. Zichun said again, "My picture scroll can't be used anymore, so this trip will be very dangerous. I'm afraid you can't take care of it alone. Please call a few more helpers." Zichun wanted to help the spiritual realm do more things, but he was not willing to lose his life because of this. At least, he was not willing to do so now. If one went, two would naturally go. It was the same for 3 or 4. Zichun arrived outside the divine race's camp. This time, he suddenly appeared, and he was still alone. News had just come from the front line that Zichun had suddenly killed his way in, causing a lot of casualties on their side. They did not expect that Zichun would come here in the next moment. This made the divine race in the camp very nervous. This was because Zichun had once closed the passage to the demon realm by himself. Was he going to repeat the same trick now? Or did Zichun really have the ancient god-refining jade? Kill. Don't let him in. A cold voice sounded from the depths of the camp. The divine race who had been retreating stopped one by one. Chapter 43:17. The weapons of the divine race were called divine weapons. It sounded very famous and should be very impressive, but in reality, it was just a race advantage. A divine sword came forward, heading straight for Zichun's chest, stirring up countless terrifying ripples along the way. Zichun stretched out his hand, and light flowed in his palm. It was the light of thunder, and he firmly grasped the divine sword. The divine sword began to tremble, and a powerful aura surged out. However, it could not break free at all. In the next moment, this weapon that belonged to a 9-star divine spirit of the divine race broke. With Zichun as the center, an intense storm rose up within a radius of 300 meters. The weapons in the storm either lost control and scattered in all directions, or directly shattered. The nearby divine race members were pierced by the scattered weapons and suffered heavy losses. Zichun stepped forward and arrived at the camp. From the beginning to the end, he had only attacked once. In the sky, the 4 Saint Venerables silently watched this scene. It had to be said that Zichun was quite popular. After Chung Ho informed Zichun of his plan, 3 of them immediately expressed that they would like to come and take a look. Such combat strength is really strong. Lu Shanyao sighed. No matter which era, the strong will always be the strong. Zichun is indeed Zichun. Chung Ho did not speak, but the other 2 nodded. Zichun's combat strength could be said to be terrifying. He could indeed fight against an army alone. At this moment, Zichun had already killed his way into the camp. The formation had been activated, and a mighty aura circulated above. There were also some powerful, venerable divine weapons. Chung Ho looked down and said, "It seems that the divine race was prepared. Fortunately, we have more people." If only Chung Ho had come, although he could also break the formation, it would take a long time. During this time, Zichun might be in danger. Now that 4 people had come, and everyone worked together, they could destroy the formation in an instant. For ancient sacred venerables working together was an extremely rare sight. The large array that had just appeared above his head exploded with a loud boom. Zichun did not even raise his head as he charged forward. "It's the Holy Sage. It's the Holy Sage of the Spirit Clan." Someone from the God race shouted. Zichun unfurled the painting once again. Rays of light appeared and sucked in all the people who approached it. In the painting, the specter was also on a killing spree. Right now, the picture scroll only had some basic functions left. It no longer had any means of suppressing the enemy. Zichun's purpose in coming here was to kill and destroy all the formations in this place. As he moved forward, one formation after another appeared. These formations were all carefully designed by the God race to prevent accidents from happening. As soon as they appeared, they were destroyed by the 4 Saint Venerables in the sky. Zichun continued forward, and wherever he went, one god after another died. His goal was that passage. As long as he destroyed it, the God race would never be able to return. The God race had obviously guessed Zichun's intention. Each one of them seemed to have gone mad as they charged at Zichun. Once the passage was destroyed, the God race would be like the demon race. Only death would be left in the future. Compared to last time, Zichun did not have the ancient fiend refining jade this time. Moreover, the effect of the demon god's painting was greatly reduced. Therefore, the God race was still very confident in killing him. At worst, they would die. They were constantly sending themselves to death. Wong. A ray of light appeared in front of Zichun. It was like a line that separated heaven and earth. As it passed, the God race was either sent flying or died. Zichun seemed to have entered an uninhabited land. However, there were still many God race members in his field of vision. They were densely packed and could be said to be countless. If not for the fact that Zichun had been staying in the group of God race members, restricting their attacks, countless attacks would have fallen from the sky and killed Zichen in an instant. The passage was still very far away from Zichen. It would be very difficult for them to kill their way over. Lu Shangyao, who was in the sky, looked at the battle below and said, "I heard that Zichen suffered a great loss last time. 2 sets of extraordinary weapons were destroyed. It's better for us to make a move now. Even if he kills his way over, he won't be able to come back. Moreover, there will definitely be an ambush at the entrance of the passage. They might be waiting for him." Zichen had the strength to kill his way here, but he did not have the strength to destroy the passage unless he really had the ancient fiend refining jade. The others did not have any objections. This time, they had come with the intention of making a move. In an instant, 4 rays of light tore through the sky and arrived at the top of the passage. They did not show themselves. Instead, they each sent out their own energy and headed straight for the passage. During this time, protective lights appeared and did their best to stabilize the passage. However, under the attacks of the 4 holy venerates, these protective lights quickly disappeared. The 4 attacks headed straight for the passage, carrying the power of holy venerates. It looked like they were about to land in the passage. Just at this moment, a furious roar came from behind the passage. A large hand glowing with divine light appeared and blocked the 4 attacks. In the next moment, the 4 attacks were all destroyed. The passage also became unstable. To be able to destroy the 4 attacks in an instant, this hand was clearly extraordinary. Lu Shangyao said, "Look, fortunately, we made a move. Otherwise, that hand would have crushed Zichen's body." That attack had been prepared by the deity race for Zichen. However, against the 4 holy venerates, it was naturally useless. The 4 holy venerates still did not show themselves. It seemed that they felt somewhat embarrassed. However, they did not hold back. When the second attack landed, the passage could not hold on any longer and exploded with a loud boom. The passage turned into nothingness, with turbulent currents surging continuously. The 4 holy venerates worked together and did not give the deity race any chance at all. The passage disappeared, cutting off their way home. Strictly speaking, this was the first time that the holy venerates of the spirit race destroyed something. They directly cut off the deity race's path of retreat. When the deity race members heard the commotion, they all turned around and looked at the scene behind them. Despair filled their eyes. The tragic fate of the demon race had fallen on them. This time, in order to guard the passage, they had made ample preparations. Not to mention 1 Zichen, even if 10 Zichen came, they would not be able to destroy it. However, only 1 Zichen came. There were also 4 holy venerates of the past. How could they defend it? Moreover, from the beginning to the end, the 4 holy venerates did not appear. With their way home cut off, the emotions of the deity race members changed. Some were desperate, some were angry, and some became crazy. They were determined to kill Zichen. After all, they could not go back. At this moment, they noticed that Zichen had started to retreat. It was obvious that he was going to leave. "Don't let him escape." An angry roar sounded. Only then did the deity race members react. They all charged towards Zichen. At this moment, Zichen's figure rose into the air and headed straight for the void. Curses came from below. "Everyone, don't be anxious. I'll wait for you on the battlefield. When the time comes, I'll practice with you." Zichen left. Only his voice reverberated in the surroundings. Those deity race members who did not manage to catch up to him had an unpleasant expression. They were filled with anger, but there was nowhere for them to vent it. Battlefield? Chapter 43:18. Now that the Protoss had lost their way back, they might go berserk. Therefore, Zichen planned to stay on the battlefield for a while to break their morale. He would return to the Tianwu continent to cultivate after the Protoss had calmed down. The news of the Protoss passageway being destroyed spread quickly. This news boosted the confidence of the Ling clan. It even made many god hunters and demon hunters feel a sense of crisis. Since the passageway between the celestial and infernal realms was destroyed, they were destined to have no reinforcements. Once all the gods and demons in the spiritual realm were killed, everything would go back on track. It would be very difficult for them to obtain resources again. This was their only chance. More and more astrals began to join the fray, and more astrals joined the fray. The battle had begun. The Protoss chose to take the initiative to attack. The army was mighty and filled with endless murderous intent. If it were any other time, the Ling clan would have been afraid. However, this time, there was a man standing at the front of the army. With him there, all the Ling clan members were filled with confidence. That man was Zichun. With him there, the Ling clan members did not know what fear was. Zichun narrowed his eyes as he watched the god race slowly approach him. He could feel the intense killing intent emanating from them. The Protoss had also noticed Zichun's presence. There was obviously some chaos in the army. At that moment, a cold voice shouted, "What are you afraid of? If he had not run away last time, he would have been killed by us. He is just a cowardly rat who escaped last time. What is there to be afraid of?" This sentence seemed to have an encouraging effect. The army was reorganized and their morale began to rise. Zichun raised his hand. Just a moment ago, he had temporarily taken over the authority of the leader. As the Protoss approached, his hand fell like a blade. The Ling clan members at the back, who had been prepared, all attacked. Weapons, energy, and all kinds of attacks whistled forward. It was like a terrifying flood that drowned the Protoss. The battle had begun. Just as the first round of attacks landed, Zichun's figure had already disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in the midst of the Protoss. A long sword appeared in his hand. With a flash of the sword, the body of a Protoss was cut in half. After the first strike, Zichun's figure disappeared again. He appeared in front of the second 9-star Saint Spirit and attacked again. He specifically chose the 9-star Saint Spirits to kill, especially the ones that he suspected to be the leader. The lightning sword in his hand, which was already full of killing power, became even more powerful after leaving his hand. Even a half-step Holy Venerable could not block his sword, let alone a 9-star Holy Spirit. With the addition of Zichun, the efficiency of killing the enemies was very fast. Those 9-star Saint Spirits almost didn't dare to show themselves, because if they were sensed by Zichun, they would die. Even though the two sides were very far apart, and there were countless battlefields between them, Zichun's killer move could still reach them. In this battle, no matter how fearless the Protoss were, it was useless in front of Zichun. Even if he didn't fear death, he still had to die. There was no suspense in this battle. As the powerhouses died one after another, the morale of the god race, which had risen for a short while, collapsed in no time. Thus, the Protoss began to retreat. The spirit race gave chase. This was a rare opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Zichun also followed, and took away the lives of a few 9-star Saint Spirits on the way. The Protoss naturally suffered another crushing defeat in this battle. Their morale fell to rock bottom. After a round of pursuit, Zichun took the initiative to leave the team and went to the second battlefield. The Protoss situation was different from the Devil race. Hence, Zichun was needed to fight one by one to suppress their morale. After the battles ended, the Protoss morale fell to the lowest. Zichun returned to the Sky Martial continent. The following battles no longer required Zichun to participate. After returning to the Sky Martial continent, he continued to refine the Purple Soul. If the battle broke out quickly, the Protoss and Devils that were still in this world should be completely killed by the Spirit race. The Protoss and Devils would definitely appear again. The next time they came, it would definitely be a long-lasting world extermination battle. At that time, no one could stay out of it. Hence, the most important thing was to increase their battle strength. The Devils were the first to enter the Spirit race's army. They all had connections. To put it bluntly, they were there to earn merits. Although they were not relatives of the Emperor, they all had extraordinary backgrounds. If not for Zichun's interference, they would have almost achieved their goal. Unfortunately, Zichun's arrival disrupted all of the Devils' plans. Now that they had lost contact with the million-strong army, who knew how many people like Mo Yin Shanzhua and Mod were among them. Hence, the Devils could not just leave them be. The Saint Venerables of the Devil race began to get busy. They immediately began to search for a passage to the spirit realm. As for Mod's punishment, it had come to an end. As for what Mod's family would offer as compensation, that was a matter for another time. The spirit realm was in turmoil, and the laws of heaven and earth were very unstable. It was not too difficult to find a passage. Furthermore, the last time they came, the devils were prepared. They found more than one passage. Hence, after all the benefits were in place, a second passage was quickly opened. After the passage was opened, a group of devils walked in and re-entered the spirit realm. They began to communicate. At this time, Zichun was cultivating in the Sky Martial Continent. A letter was sent to the Sky Martial Continent, and the person who sent the letter wanted to see Zichun. Zichun, who was cultivating, had no choice but to appear. After reading the contents, he was surprised that the devils had actually opened up another passage in such a short period of time. Zichun did not hesitate to leave the Sky Martial Continent, and then made a trip to the devil-suppressing sect. Chung Ho and the others were already waiting there, and they were the ones who sent the letter. As for why they did not go to the clan to look for him, in their words, it was because they did not want to see Lei Zhenke. What's going on? Zichun asked in confusion. How could it be so easy to open up a passage? Lu Shanyao, who was at the side, said, the devil race must have opened up more than one passage. After all, the laws of heaven and earth have become unstable. Although it has not reached the point of being riddled with holes, it should not be a problem to open up a few passages from the outside. Right now, it's not just the devil race. I believe that the God race should also be trying to open up a new passage, and it won't be long before they open it. Zichun's expression changed. Then why did you call me here? Are you asking me to give up and not interfere in this matter, and let the battle continue? No, we plan to cooperate with you and destroy those passages that continue to appear. Although it's more or less bullying, they will only retreat if we hurt them. Lu Shanyao said in a deep voice. So, this time, we will fully cooperate with you. Zichun said with some suspicion. This doesn't seem to be your style, right? It wasn't in the past, but it is now. This time, it was Chung Ho who spoke. Perhaps, this is the last thing we can do for the spirit realm. Zichun nodded and did not say anything else. He could understand Chung Ho's meaning. Once the devil race's Saint Venerables came, the final victory or defeat would not be decided by them, the ancient Saint Venerables. But now, they could change the situation of the battle. All right, then let's go. Zichun agreed. Since the devil race had opened up a passage, they would destroy their passage and thoroughly hurt the devil race. Chung Ho and the others could immediately know when the devil race's aura entered the saint spirit realm. In addition, Zichun had a spirit core, so he could rush over immediately. With a flash of brilliance, Zichun's figure appeared, just in time to see the passage that had just appeared, and the devil race who was trying to contact their companions after walking out of the passage. Both sides looked at each other and were stunned. Then, a thunderbolt appeared in front of the devil race's eyes, and with the thunderbolt's explosion, the devil race's life fell. The other devil race reacted, and one by one, they began to use powerful attacks. Some used weapons, some used killing moves, and even a venerable level killing weapon appeared. At the same time, a terrifying aura came from the passage, and a Saint Venerable attacked from a distance. However, this attack was destroyed by Chung Ho before it could get close, and the passage became unstable. Zichun used the scroll to block the venerable level weapon, and at the same time, he reaped the lives of the devil race around him. He took out the ancient devil refining jade again, and it devoured the devil race's aura around it. With an unwilling roar, the passage closed again. Zichun, when we kill our way in, we will destroy your world first. This should be the voice of a Saint Venerable, and it was filled with endless killing intent. With the passage closed, the devil race who had just entered had no way out, and they began to flee in all directions. However, it was useless, and their lives were forcibly harvested by Zichun. After destroying this passageway, Zichun learned that the divine race's side opened up another passageway. After taking the ancient devil refining jade, Zichun charged toward the god race. With the great cooperation of several Saint Venerables, the new passage opened by the god race was destroyed, and all the god race who came were killed. This news was deliberately spread by Zichun, and it was a big blow to both the god race and the devil race. In the following period of time, Zichun's main goal was to destroy the passages. As the passages were destroyed one after another, the hatred of the two races for Zichun also reached an extreme level. There were even two deliberate schemes. But because Ziqian was accompanied by ancient saint venerables, they did not succeed. Why were the passages destroyed so easily? After clearing multiple tunnels, Ziqian asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Cheng Ho looked up at the void and said, "Perhaps the laws of the spiritual realm, which have protected us for so many years, suddenly changed their nature and are no longer friendly to us." Of course, Ziqian did not believe such a conclusion. He only felt that the laws of heaven and earth had changed, and that was why the two races had an opportunity to take advantage of them. However, at present, the two races had not gained any advantage in the spiritual realm. As the spirit race worked together, the people of the two races were retreating, and they had no home to return to. They were like lonely ghosts, and in the end, they still had to die. Just as Ziqian destroyed the passages, he found that the number of people of the two races was also decreasing. Chapter 43:19. How could this be? Ziqian looked at Cheng Ho, his eyes filled with doubt and confusion. During this period of time, Ziqian had destroyed several passages between the demon race and the god race, but the majority of the people from the two races had still retreated. Cheng Ho said helplessly, "We can indeed sense the aura of the god race and the demon race, but if they deliberately hide their aura, we won't know. Now it seems that they deliberately let us discover those passages. In fact, they secretly opened a passage and quietly retreated. They can even avoid your senses?" Ziqian was very surprised. "We are only saint sovereigns, not the gods of this world. It's too easy to avoid our senses. Otherwise, how could those demon race hide in the Chui family, and so many of them?" This explanation made sense. Being able to beat the god race and the demon race back was a preliminary victory. And so, Ziqian returned to the Tianwu continent again. This time, there was no trouble for him to deal with, so he could cultivate in peace. In the Tianwu world, Jolina had completely given up on cultivation. She was doing her best to help Ziqian develop the world. The previous wave of price increase had attracted a lot of criticism, but it had also increased the reputation of the Tianwu continent. Now, the major cities were really packed to the brim. Not only that, but many people had also gathered in the Tianwu galaxy outside. Many big and small forces had settled in. After all, Ziqian was now the most famous 9-star saint spirit in the saint spirit world. He also had the battle record of killing a half-step saint venerate. He was definitely the strongest person below the saint venerate. In addition, this battle against the god race and the demon race had earned Ziqian a great reputation. His world was naturally very popular. Of course, the most important thing was that through this crisis, everyone knew that even if the world was facing destruction, those big forces were the most likely to survive. Living in a place like this was naturally the safest. Not only was Ziqian's world very popular, but many people had also gathered in the other worlds of the Holy Thunder Clan. Relatively speaking, Ziqian's world had the most people. Under Jolina's management, Ziqian's world didn't expand blindly. Every city still maintained a high level of spiritual energy. She had to deal with many things every day. Even though she had cultivated many capable subordinates over the years, she was still busy with work, so she had no time to cultivate. As the biggest housekeeper in the Tianwu world, she was wealthier than most 9-star holy spirits. She did not lack wealth or resources at all. She only lacked time to cultivate. Moreover, the battle of gods and devils this time made her feel extremely pressured, so she kept recruiting some powerhouses to prepare for the upcoming battle. The people who had followed Ziqian to battle had already returned to exchange for merit points. Some of them had obtained the right to live in the Tianwu starfield. As for the right to live in the Tianwu continent, no one had obtained it yet. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they didn't contribute enough. As for those who had the ability to obtain merit points, they had already lived in the Tianwu world. For example, Luo Qishui, who had been a consecrator for many years, had long regarded this place as his home. The battle was still going on. The number of the Devil Clan and the God Clan was getting fewer and fewer. The Holy Spirit world became quiet again. The once terrifying Black Thunder had disappeared after the invasion of the Devil Clan, and had not appeared for many years. However, the pattern of the sovereign domain had not changed, and it still maintained its current state. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. For the long years of cultivation, 10 years was completely like a snap of the fingers. The battle in the spiritual world was over. The God clan and the Devil clan had disappeared. It was unknown whether they had all left or hidden. But no matter what, the plan of the great training of gods and devils had been destroyed. Zichun walked out of the room. He was in a bad mood. He thought that after he got the purple soul, it was only a matter of time before he broke through, but he didn't expect that he would still encounter problems when refining it. The souls couldn't really match, so it couldn't be perfectly replaced. Naturally, he couldn't break through. He went to Zichun's palace to ask for help from the palace spirit Su. The palace spirit Su had never encountered this problem before. She was silent for a while. Zichun sat next to her, silently waiting for an answer. After a long time, the palace spirit Su said, "This might be a good thing. What should I do?" Zichun asked. "If the souls don't match, it means that you are you. Even after refining the purple soul, you are still you. It's just that it will be difficult to break through. If you can easily get the purple soul and refine it smoothly, perhaps the moment you become a sacred master, you won't be you anymore." When she said this, the palace spirit Su's tone was calm, but Zichun could see the complicated emotions in her eyes. On one hand, it was because of himself. On the other hand, it was because of sacred master Zichun. After all, the palace spirit Su was most familiar with sacred master Zichun. Now that he had the purple soul and it didn't match, it meant that the sacred master back then couldn't come back to life. On one hand, she didn't want her soul to disappear. On the other hand, she felt that it was a pity that sacred master Zichun couldn't wake up. "Then what should I do?" Zichun asked. "Wait patiently, or go out for a walk and relax." The palace spirit Su said, "Perhaps at some point, you will break through." The compatibility of soul power was different from other things. Perhaps at some point, one could reach perfection and break through to the sacred master realm. Compared to those half-step sacred masters, at least Zichun was better. This was because as he fought, his strength didn't change, so he didn't walk on the wrong path. Since the palace spirit Su had said that continuing to cultivate wouldn't help, Zichun planned to go out and take a look. It just so happened that he had a place to go. He went to find Jolene. After seeing Zichun, she was very surprised. "Why aren't you cultivating? Did you break through?" She looked at Zichun curiously. Zichun shook his head and said, "I've been stuck at a bottleneck recently. Where are Baiyu and the others?" After Baiyu left, he would send a message every once in a while, telling him where they were. As for those people he had found, they hadn't come back. They were all in various places. According to Baiyu, there was no opportunity in the martial heaven continent to help them break through. It was better to let them find their own way. Last time, when the demon race had invaded, Zichun had used the spirit cores to find Baiyu. Baiyu was still exploring and had only said that if Zichun needed them, they could come out at any time. Clearly, that kind of battle didn't require such powerful existences. Now that he had reached a bottleneck, Zichun planned to go find Baiyu and see what they had gained. Jolene took out the information Baiyu had sent. There was information about the location. The two of them had discussed this long ago. No matter what, they would send the location to each other. That way, if they encountered danger, Zichun would be able to rush over immediately. Baiyu's current location was in an extremely remote place in the east. Currently, even the spirit cores couldn't reach it. Obviously, the Lady of Frost wouldn't have thought that Zichun would go to that place. However, he could go to a relatively nearby place and then take a flying boat there. After leaving Jolene's residence, Zichun used the spirit core and went to a nearby place. The location of this coordinate was originally in a star field. However, due to the turmoil in the spirit world, the layout had changed once again, causing this place to become a void. Looking around, there were nearly 100 planets in his field of vision. It was like a small star field. In fact, the surface of these planets emitted a faint light, and all of them showed signs of being dilapidated. There shouldn't be anyone living on them. Zichun flew forward and landed on a planet. This place was in ruins, and there were only some creatures that didn't have intelligence. As expected, there wasn't a single person here. When he released his soul force, he didn't find any other special places. He left this planet and descended on 2 more planets along the way. The results were similar. The surface area of the spirit world was very large, and there were many such uninhabited planets. Next, Zichen didn't land on a planet. Instead, he took out a spiritual boat and began to speed up. According to Baiyu, he still had to go a long way to the east to reach the place they were talking about. There were very few people there, and even many explorers wouldn't go there. There was no sunrise or sunset in the void, and he couldn't sense the flow of time. In the end, he couldn't even see a planet along the way. Finally, a planet appeared in Zichen's field of vision. The spiritual boat accelerated and approached. Like a meteor gliding in the void, it headed straight for that planet. Before the spiritual boat approached, a person appeared on the planet. Then, a ray of light appeared and formed a barrier in front of the spiritual boat, wanting to block the path of the spiritual boat. Outside the barrier, Zichen controlled the spiritual boat to stop. The door of the spiritual boat opened, and Zichen walked out. He glanced ahead and saw a person standing behind the barrier. The person was looking ahead with a guarded expression. Zichen glanced at both sides. With his sole perception, he found that someone was hiding in the void. However, the person in front of him quickly removed the barrier and said in surprise, "Zichen?" Zichen nodded and said, "It's me. Is Baiyu still here?" "He's inside. Why are you here?" Just as the person in front of him was talking, the people hiding on both sides appeared. It was the first time they saw the real Zichen. In the past, they only saw him in the crystal ball. "Why are you here?" the person asked curiously. "Baiyu said you were breaking through the bottleneck of the Saint Venerable realm." The person's eyes suddenly lit up. "Did you break through?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Tang Wei. These two are Wang Xian and Mi Qian. They're experts in concealment and assassination." Zichen nodded at the three people and greeted them. Then, he headed toward the planet below. "Half a year ago, I received news from Baiyu. This time, I came here to try my luck. I didn't expect you to really be here." "Why? You've been here for a long time. Did you find something else?" Zichen asked. "You'll know when you see Baiyu," the person said. Zichen's expression froze. He thought to himself, "Did I really find something?" Chapter 43:20. When Zichen saw Baiyu, Baiyu was discussing something with several 9-star saint spirits. Baiyu was drawing and writing in front of him. There was light flowing on his fingertips, leaving clear traces in the air. It seemed to be some kind of matrix, or some kind of test of power. Zichen's arrival surprised Baiyu. He immediately walked over and looked at Zichen with excitement. Soon, Baiyu discovered that Zichen's aura was not what he thought it was. Actually, that was what everyone thought. Everyone in the saint spirit world knew that Zichen was once a saint. He had been trying to become a saint. If it weren't for the invasion of the gods and demons, Zichen would have been cultivating wholeheartedly. Now that the gods and demons had been chased away, Zichen's reappearance in front of everyone would naturally cause misunderstandings. "What's going on?" Baiyu asked. "You haven't broken through yet. Why did you come out?" "There was a small problem with my cultivation, so I came out to relax." Zichen shook his head and said, "What's going on here? We seem to have discovered a special place." Baiyu's tone was a little uncertain. "Seem to?" Zichen looked at Baiyu. "I feel like there's something wrong there. We've tried many methods, but we haven't found anything strange. Why don't you come and take a look?" Everyone looked at Zichen curiously. Other than a few people who had seen Zichen before, everyone else had seen him through the crystal ball. Zichen greeted the people he was familiar with. He listened to Baiyu introduce his other companions. There were more than 30 of them. They were all former saints. They were ancient saints. They would definitely become saints in the future. Any one of them would be a great existence. They could intimidate a force. However, when they saw Zichen today, they were still a little cautious. They knew that Zichen had not broken through and was at the same level as them. Whether it was in the past or in the modern world, Zichen's fame was too great. As for the other saints that Baiyu found, after leaving a way to contact them, they went off on their own. After greeting everyone one by one, Baiyu brought Zichen to check it out. It was not in this world, but in a part of the void. Standing in the void, Baiyu asked, "How do you feel?" Zichen shook his head. He had just arrived here, so he didn't have much perception of this place. His initial investigation didn't reveal anything unusual. He then closed his eyes and quietly sensed everything around him. This was the void, and the surroundings were quiet. Gradually, Zichen sensed that the aura here was a little strange, but this strange feeling was not obvious, so it was very difficult to truly perceive it. It could even be said that it was his own misperception, but Zichen did not find it strange. Baiyu stood at the side and held his breath. Seeing Zichen open his eyes, Baiyu heaved a sigh of relief and asked nervously, "How is it?" "There does seem to be something." Zichen's words made Baiyu feel very regretful, because all the people who came here to sense had given such ambiguous statements, and these statements proved nothing at all. Zichen tried to use the eye of the demon god, but this time he couldn't really use it. It seemed that he was completely not fated to use the eye of the demon god, and his soul power had all turned into spiritual power. "What did you try?" After failing to activate the eye of the demon god twice in a row, Zichen simply gave up. "We used strength, holy talismans, formations. We tried almost everything here, but we still didn't find anything," Baiyu said somewhat dejectedly. The feeling that it gave everyone is still very ordinary, as if it was an illusion. So many former holy sages couldn't be sure, so it was obviously impossible to expect Zichen to find anything strange. In fact, Zichen was already certain that this might really be an illusion. That strange feeling was just a psychological hint. If Baiyu hadn't deliberately reminded him to sense it, Zichen suspected that he wouldn't have been able to sense anything. Next, Zichen also tried a few attacks, and even took out the holy talisman brush and drew a few lines in front of him. True threads spread out in all directions. This place was still the same as before, and there was nothing strange. Baiyu looked at this scene and sighed regretfully. It seemed that he could only give up. They had stayed here for more than half a year, and during this time, they had thought of all kinds of methods, even some of the special abilities of many existences, but they still didn't find anything. In fact, they had already discussed leaving, but they were a bit unwilling, so they wanted to stay for a few more days and make a final attempt. If it still didn't work in the end, then they would leave. After all, there were still many places waiting for them to go. Today, Zichen came and didn't find anything, so Baiyu naturally gave up. Seeing Baiyu turn and leave, Zichen thought for a bit, then took out the ancient devil refinement jade and left it here. Then he left with Baiyu. Back on the planet, everyone looked at the two, and after seeing Baiyu's dejected expression, they all understood. Life is not always good. Baiyu smiled and said, "We can't stay here forever. Get ready, we'll go to the next place." Seeing that everyone was not in high spirits, Baiyu said, "Zichen will be with us from now on. Whether it's discovering strange places or dealing with hidden enemies, we'll be much more efficient." Everyone nodded. For them, there was nothing special to pack, so they made the final preparations in an instant. The group left the planet and prepared to leave. Zichen suddenly said, "You guys go first. I'll go over there to get something." In fact, he felt a bit guilty. If he didn't come, these people would still have hope. Even if they didn't find anything in the end, they wouldn't be so depressed. His arrival directly disrupted everyone's plan. So when Zichen left, he made a final attempt and left the ancient devil refinement jade there. If that place had something to do with the demon race or demonic energy, the ancient devil refinement jade would be able to sense it. After all, Zichen's perception of demonic energy was far inferior to that of the ancient devil refinement jade. Even when Zichen could use the demon god's eye, his perception of demonic energy was not as good as that of the ancient devil refinement jade. Baiyu didn't know what Zichen was going to do, but seeing that he hadn't returned after a long time, he was a bit confused, so he also went to that place. He saw the ancient devil refinement jade from afar and was very surprised, not understanding why Zichen would take it out. However, in the next moment, he sensed something abnormal. The space in front of him, with the ancient devil refinement jade as the space, clearly became unstable, and there would occasionally be ripples. If before it was only a vague perception, then now it was a clear perception. He immediately turned around and called his friends. A moment later, everyone flew over and looked from afar. The space around Zichen had already begun to surge, and countless ripples could be seen clearly. The eyes of the people behind him lit up. Clearly, they had discovered something. It was the first time for many of them to see the ancient devil refinement jade, and they were all very surprised. Clearly, it was because the ancient devil refinement jade had absorbed the demonic energy that they hadn't sensed before, causing the space in front of them to become unstable and change. After an unknown period of time, the swaying ancient devil refinement jade finally stopped, no longer absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. Slowly, the ancient devil refinement jade's luster dimmed. This meant that there was no more demonic energy around it to absorb. As for why he took out the ancient devil refinement jade, it was also because of the experience that Zichun had against the demon race. The ancient devil refinement jade could absorb all the demonic energy in a space, large and small, so that not a single drop of demonic energy was left in that space. Without demonic energy, a barrier visible to the naked eye appeared around Zichun. Zichun turned around and glanced at the crowd. There was no need for Zichun to say anything. Everyone understood and walked over. So this is the ancient devil refinement jade. It's really amazing. Baiyu retracted his gaze from the ancient devil refinement jade, then looked at the ripples around them. There must be something inside. I'll go in and take a look first. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out with his palm, and a powerful aura surged from his palm toward the barrier. On the barrier, ripples surged and spread out like ripples on the surface of water. After the ripples passed, everything returned to normal. Baiyu was slightly stunned. It didn't break? The expressions of the others also changed. Baiyu attacked again, and this time, he attacked 3 times in a row, but it still didn't break. Zichun said, "This barrier is not weak. Everyone, let's work together." A barrier that required everyone to work together to break. Then, what was inside? Everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. Zichun put away the ancient devil refinement jade and cooperated with everyone to attack with all their might. As dozens of attacks landed on the barrier, the ripples in front of them became more violent, gradually began to distort, and finally shattered with a loud bang. Under the shattered ripples, a vast space appeared. A dusty aura surged out, bringing with it a sense of desolation and loneliness. Zichun and the others flashed and entered. Then, they saw a messy ground. This was an ancient battlefield. Many parts of the ground had collapsed, and broken soldiers and withered bones could be seen everywhere. Just like the Fiend God ruins that Zichun had been to once, the battle looked very tragic, and there were people from all races. This should be the battlefield from back then. For some reason, it was hidden in the void and reappeared after many years. However, after the baptism of time, there was almost nothing valuable here. Zichun was not surprised by this. It was not his first time coming to such a battlefield. However, Zichun soon discovered that many people's expressions had changed. Zichun asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did you guys fight here back then?" Baiyu shook his head and said with a solemn expression, "No, they appeared again." They? Zichun spread out his soul power and became alert. Who? It's not people. It's the ruins of a battlefield. In that chaotic era, the reason why there were so many holy venerables was because many ancient battlefields suddenly appeared. Chapter 43:21. They were not referring to the people, but the ancient battlefield. Not just one place. Zichun looked at the others and found that many of them had strange expressions. Obviously, they had used the ancient battlefield to break through to holy venerate. The battlefield before you? Zichun asked. No one knew what he was thinking, but his expression changed. Baiyu nodded. It's a battlefield that appeared before us. I don't know how long it has existed. Zichun released his soul power. In his perception, his soul power suddenly became incomparably active. The power contained in this place was denser than he had imagined. Even his soul power was incomparably sensitive. It was obvious that the quality was not ordinary. This place is not only beneficial to us, but also to gods and demons. Baiyu continued, it is said that such a place will occasionally give birth to powerful existences, so we must be careful. Hearing this, Zichun took out the ancient devil refining jade again. As the ancient devil refining jade took root in the air, it began to emit light. The energy between heaven and earth became abnormally active. Everyone standing around the ancient devil refining jade could clearly sense that the demonic energy between heaven and earth was gathering in this place. With the ancient devil refining jade, they did not have to worry about the demons. Everyone spread out and tried their best to find something that might be useful. After the baptism of time, most of the things in this place had already disappeared. Occasionally, there would be something left, but when everyone approached or came into contact with it, it would instantly turn into dust. Only the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was very dense and of extremely high quality. It existed in this world and did not dissipate for a long time. The ancient devil refining jade was devouring the demonic energy between heaven and earth. Zichun had nothing to do, so he also began to search. However, he used his soul power most of the time to search. Once he found something, he would manifest his soul power. Usually, once his soul power came into contact with those things would collapse. During this time, Zichun discovered another half of a weapon. It was buried in a cloud of dust, and the exposed part of it had an ancient feel to it. Zichun's soul power manifested a real Zichun. Zichun bent down and was about to pick it up. He still did not succeed. Shaking his head, Zichun discovered that Baiyu wasn't too far away, but he wasn't using his soul force. Instead, he was using his hands to search for something on the ground. Zichun, who was manifested by his soul power, walked forward and asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" "Ascension platform," Baiyu said. "Rumor has it that there is an ascension platform in every corner of this ancient battlefield." "Ascension platform?" Zichun's expression changed. "What's that?" Baiyu looked up at the sky and said, "It's said that it's a passageway that leads to the outside of the three realms. After activating it, one can directly ascend." Seeing the change in Zichun's expression, Baiyu laughed. "It's just that it's said that during the catastrophe, everyone made a last-minute joke. If the ascension platform really has such an effect, who knows how many ancient battlefields appeared during the last war, but no one was able to ascend." Baiyu continued, "However, one thing is certain. The war between gods and demons was for the sake of the ascension platform. Perhaps the ascension platform can't take them outside of the three realms, but it can definitely take them to another land of opportunity." Zichun's soul power had already spread out, but he didn't discover anything. Baiyu clearly knew this, and Zichun didn't understand why he was searching like this. Baiyu explained, "These battlefields are very strange. Anything that can be seen with one's eyes can't be sensed with soul power. Furthermore, the war was very intense. Perhaps the ascension platform has already been driven underground." Zichun heard this and withdrew his soul power. He glanced at the ancient devil refining jade. It should be safe in this place. Thus, Zichun flew forward and arrived in front of Baiyu with his true body. Then, like scavengers, the two of them began to rummage through the surroundings. However, Zichun hadn't discovered anything that his soul power couldn't sense, but his eyes could. Everyone scattered in all directions and started to search for good things that might exist in this world. After an hour, Baiyu suddenly said, "There's no need to search." He looked forward, and his eyes lit up. Zichun also raised his head and looked forward. Then, he saw something that his soul power couldn't see, but his eyes could. A dazzling light, like a huge ball of light, appeared at the end of his vision. He could faintly see a high platform in the ball of light. That's the light of spiritual power needed to break through. It's the purest energy in the world, and none of the crystals can reach that level. Baiyu's eyes were filled with excitement. With that light, we should be able to break through. He flew forward and added, "I've never seen so much light of spiritual power. This is where we'll become venerables." The other people in the distance also noticed the situation in the depths. They all shouted, and everyone started to move forward with all their might. Zichun, who was also moving forward, felt some changes in his soul power. It seemed like the bottleneck that had been there for a long time was showing signs of breaking through. This made him happy. Could the light of spiritual power here help him break through? When they reached the periphery of the light of spiritual power, everyone stopped and quietly looked forward. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "It's the ascension platform. It's a complete ascension platform." Many people present knew about the ascension platform, but none of them had seen such a complete ascension platform. It was as if it was brand new and hadn't been used before. Didn't that mean that the ascension platform wasn't damaged? Once it was activated, could it really help them ascend? No one immediately went forward. Zichen also watched quietly because he wasn't sure if there was any danger here. According to Baiyu, living things would be born on this battlefield, and the living things that were born were all very strong. I'll go take a look first. After observing for a while and seeing that nothing abnormal was happening, Baiyu said, "Let's go." No one had any objections. At this moment, Zichen said, "I'll go in with you." Baiyu nodded. If the two of them went in, they could take care of each other in case of danger. Just as the two of them were about to go in, Zichen suddenly turned around, and his expression changed. "What's wrong?" Baiyu asked in confusion when he noticed Zichen's strange behavior. "The ancient jade of devil refinement has been touched by someone," Zichen said with a cold look in his eyes. "Did someone else come?" Baiyu's expression changed. He said, "Leave a few people here to stand guard. The rest of you, come with me." Zichen shook his head. "No need. They're coming." It obviously wasn't the demon race, because they didn't have the ability to touch the ancient devil refining jade. It was most likely the spirit race, because there were no gods here. But in the entire Saint Spirit realm, who dared to touch Zichen's things? And after taking the jade, they didn't run away, but instead came in this direction. Everyone released their soul power and searched in front of them, but they didn't find anything. Suddenly, Zichen's expression changed again. "Everyone, be careful. It's on the ground." He quickly left the ground and flew up into the sky. Everyone present was an extraordinary existence. When Zichen reminded them, they also sensed it and flew up into the sky. Just as their figures left the ground, a loud explosion sounded from the ground. The ground exploded, and soil flew everywhere like hidden weapons. A sharp whistling sound came from the air, and many people's robes were pierced. This scene caused everyone's expression to change. "Haha!" A loud laughter rang out as a person flew out from the ground. Of course, if he could be called a person, he had the head of a beast, the body of a human, and a pair of demon horns on his head. He held a spear in his left hand, and Zichen's ancient devil refining jade in his right hand. The moment they saw him, everyone's expression changed again. It wasn't because of his strange appearance. No matter how strange he looked, they wouldn't find it strange. What made their expressions change was his aura. The aura of demon power surged on his body. He looked like a demon, but at this moment, he could hold the ancient devil refining jade in his hand. One had to know that the ancient devil refining jade was the nemesis of the demons in the world. So far, all the demons who saw the ancient devil refining jade had avoided it. This person in front of them could control the ancient devil refining jade. They looked at Zichen and found that Zichen's expression was a little ugly. Baiyu asked, "Zichen, what's going on?" Zichen shook his head and said, "I'm not sure." In fact, he had always been puzzled. Since there was a terrifying existence like the ancient devil refining jade in the world, why didn't it reproduce effectively? Why didn't the ancient devil refining jade in the world slaughter all the demons? The ancient devil refining jade was not something of the spiritual realm, but something of the demon realm. Was it its nemesis? At this moment, Zichen seemed to have guessed the answer. "Haha, go to hell." This strange-looking thing didn't seem to have much intelligence. He shook his head and laughed, throwing the spear in his hand. Like a bolt of lightning, the spear flew out of his hand and went straight for Baiyu. Zichen didn't have time to tell him to be careful. The moment the other party made a move, he also moved. He took out the holy talisman brush and wrote. A line that could split heaven and earth appeared in front of him, moving forward with a terrifying power. During this time, Zichen heard a poof, and then saw that his attack was blocked by this inexplicable existence. It was the spear in his hand. Not only did it block the heaven and earth stroke, but it also cut it open. He had clearly thrown the spear, so why did it appear in his hand? Could there be two? Zichen turned back and looked at Baiyu. He found that he had fallen to the ground, clutching his chest, and blood was flowing through the gaps between his fingers. "How are you?" Zichen asked. Baiyu shook his head. "I'm lucky. I won't die." If he hadn't put away the weapon in time, I might have died once the power fully erupted. Only then did Zichun know that the other party had put away the weapon in time. But wasn't this too fast? After a short conversation, the others around them also made a move. Powerful attacks drowned out the existence. Chapter 43:22. The attacks from the many combined forces drowned out that peculiar being. Zichun stood at the back and watched quietly. Baiyu retreated far away. At that moment, his eyes were still filled with fear. If it had not been for Zichun's timely intervention, that being would have pulled the spear back at the critical moment, and he would have died. A sharp aura appeared in front of him. It was the light from the spear, which broke through all the attacks. That peculiar being was knocked back by the aftermath of the energy, and there were several wounds on its body. Despite being surrounded by so many people, it only suffered some minor injuries. Die. However, that being seemed to have been enraged. After roaring, it charged forward with its spear. Its speed was so fast that it passed through layers of energy attacks in the blink of an eye, coming before a 9-star saint spirit. The spear was like a venomous dragon, piercing straight at that being's body. That 9-star saint spirit did not flinch in the face of danger. He blocked with his weapon, and as a clang was heard, his body was sent flying backward. Blood streaked through the air. He took the fatal blow at the cost of being injured. As one person retreated, the others followed. All of them used their powerful powers, determined to kill that being. Zichun noticed that when that peculiar being fought back, it left some of its power to protect the ancient fiend refinement jade. It was apparent that it was still at ease at that moment. However, Zichun's side had too many people. As more attacks fell, the wounds on that peculiar being's body gradually increased. Its injuries gradually worsened. Roar. It seemed to be in a hurry. Its human form let out a beastly roar, and then threw away the ancient fiend refinement jade. After it left the being's control, the ancient fiend refinement jade's surface shone again, and it began to devour the demonic powers around it. At that moment, its means were completely suppressed by that peculiar being. Zichun also found that even when the ancient fiend refinement jade began to devour demonic powers again, it still did not devour the being's demonic powers. However, that peculiar being seemed to feel that it was inappropriate to do so. After throwing away the ancient fiend refinement jade, it suddenly threw its spear, intending to destroy the ancient fiend refinement jade that it had been guarding before. The spear was very fast, and it arrived before the ancient fiend refinement jade in the blink of an eye. However, a sword flash was obviously faster, blocking the spear. Following the clanging sound, the long spear flew back. The lightning sword that had appeared in time also changed direction. Zichun walked up to the ancient devil refining jade and put it away. This strange existence was obviously not very intelligent and only cared about destruction. Zichun could not allow anything to happen to the ancient fiend refinement jade. In the future, this would be a powerful weapon against the demon race. After such an episode, the number of wounds on his body increased, and his injuries gradually worsened. His battle prowess was affected. All of a sudden, his body retreated backward and entered the light of the spiritual energy. Just as Zichun and the others were in a daze, they saw the other party walk out again. The surface of the wounds on his body had remnants of spirit power attached to them. The wounds were healing at a visible rate, and his aura was gradually becoming stronger. When everyone saw this, their expressions changed. There were countless spiritual lights in this place. If the other party could rely on the spiritual lights to heal his injuries, then he wouldn't die at all. How were they supposed to fight? As soon as the thought came to their minds, the existence made its move. With a loud bang, another 9-star saint spirit was knocked out of the battle. As long as they were hit, they would almost lose their battle prowess. Of course, this was because their battle prowess was extraordinary. If it had been an ordinary 9-star saint spirit, they would have died. Banging sounds continued to be heard. Everyone was sent flying and lost their battle prowess. This won't do. If we can't control him, then he will exhaust us to death. Baiyu, who was healing not far away, said, "We have encountered such creatures before, but their battle prowess was not as strong." Whoosh! The sky suddenly darkened, and a scroll unfolded. It was the scroll of the demon god. At present, the scroll of the demon god had lost all its means, but the real space inside still existed. Zichun said, "Everyone, enter the scroll." Hearing this, everyone immediately flew toward the scroll. Regardless of whether they were injured or not, they all flew into the scroll. However, the strange creature did not immediately enter. Instead, it looked at the scroll with vigilance, as if it felt a strong threat. Zichen's figure flashed, and he came in front of the strange creature and threw a punch. The strange creature also threw a punch. A loud boom was heard. Powerful airwaves spread out. Zichen and the strange creature both retreated. The strange creature's strength was not weak. It was on par with his. After the strange creature was sent flying, it actually intended to leave. Obviously, it did not intend to enter the scroll. Zichun quickly approached the strange creature. This time, he did not fight with the strange creature head-on. Instead, he took the strange creature's blow. Then, he grabbed the strange creature's arm, exerted force, and threw it directly into the scroll. After the strange creature entered the scroll, Zichun stood there with blood at the corner of his mouth. That punch from before had injured him. After entering the scroll, everyone was attacking together. However, they were very careful and did not give the strange creature a chance to get close. Zichen looked at the besieging team and thought to himself that this might be the strongest team in the world. There was no need for him to take action. A group of future Saint Masters joined forces and slowly depleted the strange creature's life. They were all veterans. They did not want to kill the strange creature in one blow. As long as they did not do anything useless, it was fine. Those who were seriously injured and had lost their ability to fight were recuperating in another place. They were far away from the battlefield because they were worried that the strange creature would suddenly attack. More and more wounds appeared on the strange creature's body. His injuries were getting worse. It was only a matter of time before he died. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body. Seeing this scene, Zichen immediately formed a seal. Whoosh! The lightning sword was like a bolt of lightning. It immediately pierced through the strange creature's chest. It was considered a surprise attack. Although Zichen did not make a move, he was always on guard. No one knew what this strange creature with low intelligence would do. Right now, the timing was just right. However, to Zichen's surprise, the sword did not kill the strange creature. The strange creature held a spear and released a dazzling light as he charged forward. His eyes gradually turned red, and his aura became even more violent. It was like a suicidal attack. "Get out of the way!" Zichen shouted and flew forward. The lightning sword turned back and was caught by Zichen. The next moment, he stood in front of the strange creature. He activated the strongest power in his body and held the sword in front of him. A protective light appeared in front of Zichen. He chose to defend with all his might. The long spear moved forward and met with the sword of thunder that was blocking it. Zichen, who was defending, saw the strange creature's eyes that had lost all reason. The next moment, the strange creature's power was in a completely violent state. His entire body exploded. Zichen was drowned in the violent power. Powerful airwaves swept around. Those 9-star saint spirits who could not retreat in time were swept up by the power and were sent flying. After they fell to the ground, they were all injured. However, they did not care at the moment. Instead, they stared straight ahead. The energy there was still raging. If it were not for Zichen, they would have been dead. Who would have thought that the strange creature would be so crazy? The raging energy gradually dissipated. Zichen's figure appeared. His clothes were tattered and hung on his body like strips of cloth. Wounds were clearly visible, and blood was flowing out from them. Zichen's situation was not good. He looked miserable. Fortunately, he was still alive. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they sensed his life force. Bayu flew forward and looked at Zichen. "How is it?" Zichen shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Don't worry. I won't die." However, the spirit robe he brought out from the holy talisman realm, which he had nurtured for a long time and had participated in many battles with him, was completely destroyed. There was no hope of repairing it. Moreover, as the owner of the painting, he could feel that the attack on the painting had caused the space inside to distort. It was like a folded piece of paper. Fortunately, there was only one such force. It was not enough to hurt the painting. Zichun sat cross-legged and rested for a while. After that, he opened the painting again. Everyone left the painting. With the previous example, everyone was even more careful this time. They found 5 holy spirits who were not injured at all and walked forward to explore the situation. After entering the spiritual light, they did not discover any danger. Soon, they called everyone in. Everyone walked in. The space here was not small. The spiritual light was everywhere. As Zichun walked in, the spiritual light automatically attached to Zichun. It landed on his wounds and started to heal them. Apart from external injuries, internal injuries could also be healed. One had to admit that this kind of power was very amazing. At the same time, Zichun's soul power became active. The originally firm bottleneck showed signs of collapsing. The others found a place to refine the spiritual light. The spiritual light here was very dense. It was enough for everyone to break through to the holy sovereign realm. Therefore, before they broke through, they would not leave. Zichun kept walking forward. Compared to the spiritual light here, he was more curious about the ascension platform at the center. Moreover, according to Baiyu, the ascension platform was in good condition. Where would it bring people? When he approached the ascension platform, his injuries were all healed, including all his internal injuries. The effect of the spiritual light was much more powerful than those big pills. Zichun walked up to the ascension platform. He saw many patterns on the ascension platform. They were very complicated. Even a 9-star holy spirit like him felt uncomfortable when he saw them. No one knows what is on the other side of the ascension platform. It is best not to try. Chapter 43:23. The patterns on the ascension platform were very complicated, and Zichun had never seen them before. Once he stared at them for a long time, his entire body seemed to be immersed in them. Even without Baiyu's reminder, he would be very careful. Countless people from the 3 clans had died in battle for this place. He was not that stupid. As he examined the patterns, the spiritual light gradually entered his body. Even if he did not deliberately cultivate, he could feel the changes in his body. Breaking through to the holy sovereign level was just around the corner. Zichun's gaze moved away from the ascension platform. Seeing that he still could not see anything, he looked back at Baiyu and said, "The spiritual light here is enough for everyone to use. Should we call the others over?" When we first separated, I left their information. We can send a message to ask them to come over. In the future, with one more holy sovereign, they would naturally have one more powerful force. Baiyu was very much in favor of Zichun's suggestion. The main thing was that there was enough spiritual light here. If everyone used it together, they would still be able to break through. Give me their information. I will ask the people from the Holy Thunder Clan to help. This way, it will be faster. Baiyu said in surprise, "You're not going to stay here and break through?" Zichun looked at the spiritual light around him and said, "It doesn't matter if I want this power or not." He already had the purple soul. As long as he could successfully refine it, he would be able to break through to the holy sovereign level. Therefore, the spiritual light here was not very useful to Zichun. Of course, if he refined it now, he could greatly increase the speed of his breakthrough. However, in this way, he would also waste the spiritual light of one or more people. Zichun hoped that this power would be left for more people. He was gradually breaking through the bottleneck and did not need to stay here to cultivate. This time, he had never expected that he would be able to break through the bottleneck so quickly after coming out. Thus, under the puzzled gazes of everyone, Zichun left just like that. Everyone was very surprised. They did not understand why Zichun would not use the resources and just leave. Before Baiyu could explain, they saw Zichun appear in front of them once again, causing them to be stunned. I left the ancient jade of devil refinement outside. Keep an eye on it, and don't let anything happen to it. It's a powerful weapon against the demon race in the future. I'll come and take it away later. Zichun left behind the ancient devil refinement jade. After leaving this world, he used the spirit core to leave behind a set of coordinates and disappeared. He directly returned to the Sky Martial continent. This place had the most complete information network. He could use this to send the latest news to those existences. In every jade strip that was sent out, Zichun placed a seal on it and drew a map inside. After doing all this, Zichun once again chose to go into seclusion. Ever since the bottleneck had been loosened, his progress had once again become much faster. But this time, he didn't stay in seclusion for long before he was awakened by Jolena. Something happened. The first thing Jolena said when she saw Zichun was a grave expression on her face. "What's the matter?" Zichun's expression changed. If it wasn't an emergency, Jolena wouldn't disturb Zichun's cultivation. "Those friends of yours are in trouble." Xiaolina quickly told him what had happened. It turned out that the news about the light of spiritual energy had been leaked. The power that could allow one to become a saint sovereign had appeared. Obviously, no one was willing to miss it. Thus, many existences gathered in that place. Jolena heard the news, but she hadn't received any news from Baiyu and the others yet. After hearing Jolena's words, Zichun nodded, indicating that he understood. Following that, Zichun left the Sky Martial continent and took out the spirit core. In the next moment, he was outside the region. It had to be said that the spirit core was extremely convenient. With its existence, Zichun could travel through the entire Saint Spirit world in a day. When Zichun's figure appeared, he arrived at the entrance. The first thing he saw was a few existences who were supposed to be refining the light of spiritual energy. They were on guard against the surroundings. At this moment, they also noticed the movement not far away. They turned around and looked at Zichun with surprise in their eyes. Zichun walked toward them. Along the way, he looked around. In his field of vision, there were a few spiritual boats. Beside the spiritual boats stood some 9-star saint spirits. "What's going on?" asked Zichun. "I don't know how the news was leaked. They came here to get a share of the loot, but we forced them out." Wei Tuo was here. He said with dissatisfaction, "Aren't these guys messing around? Even if we give them the light of spiritual energy, they can't break through." Relatively speaking, the light of spiritual energy there was the most useful for those who had revived. They only needed a small portion of it to reach their peak and become holy sovereigns. "Did you fight?" asked Zichun. Wei Tuo nodded and said, "Yes, but we didn't kill them. We just drove these unreasonable ones out." The gods and demons had just retreated. The spirit race was still united. It was fine to teach them a lesson, but it wouldn't be good to kill them. At this moment, the people in the distance all saw Zichun. Their expressions changed. However, no one came forward to greet Zichun. They were waiting. They were waiting for the people of their race to come. They were waiting for more people to come. Zichun looked at Wei Tuo and said, "You guys continue refining the light of spiritual energy. I will stay here and guard." Wei Tuo shook his head and said, "No need. We can stay here and guard." The others also shook their heads and refused. They were unwilling to leave. They were different from Zichun. They hadn't been awake for a long time, so they didn't have any foundation in this world. They also didn't have any contact with the major forces. However, Zichun was different. Zichun had his own world. He was inextricably linked to the Saint Spirit realm. If they let Zichun stand in front of them, it would obviously affect Zichun negatively. Right now, only the 9-star Saint Spirits are here. However, I believe that it won't be long before those half-step Saint Venerables come. You guys haven't broken through yet. You can't stop them. In front of the resources to become a Saint Sovereign, no one was willing to give up. Moreover, those half-step Saint Venerables who had no hope of breaking through to become a Saint Sovereign treated the light of spiritual energy as their last life-saving straw. They would fight to the death for it. Even though they were strong, they didn't contribute at all in the battle against the gods and demons. When Jolena received the news, the Holy Thunder Clan also received the news. When it came to the distribution of resources, the Holy Thunder Clan never lagged behind others. For a moment, not only were the 9-star Saint Spirits tempted, but even the half-step Saint Venerables who had been in seclusion for many years came out of seclusion at an extremely fast speed. After that, they all went to the place with the light of spiritual energy. During this time, someone asked the inner city. Zichun was clearly protecting the light of spiritual energy there. Would it be inappropriate for the Holy Thunder Clan to go there rashly? After all, Zichun's identity was different now. There was no response from the inner city, but it also seemed to give a response to everyone. Therefore, more people left. When the gods and demons invaded last time, many people from the Spirit Clan had participated in the battle. However, the number of powerhouses among them was less than 1/10,000th of the number this time. Everyone who went to the light of spiritual energy was at least a 9-star saint spirit. Moreover, there were many half-step saint venerables among them. With so many powerhouses going there, even if the light of spiritual energy was divided into strands, it would not be enough for everyone. Zichun had been standing at the entrance. Looking at the increasing number of people around him, he gradually felt the pressure. The number of powerhouses that came this time was completely beyond his imagination. With so many people, even if he added the people behind him and those who were still refining the light of spiritual energy in the world, it would be impossible to defend it, let alone him. Right now, there was no point in investigating who leaked the information. The Zichun Palace floated above Zichun's head, releasing the aura of venerables. Zichun had specially brought it back for the purpose of deterrence. At the same time, the demonic god painting also floated on the other side. However, this was still temporary. Those people were waiting for the right time. Once the time was right, they would definitely attack. At that time, no one would be able to stop them. Zichun, the light of spiritual energy belongs to the world. Aren't you being too selfish by monopolizing it? After a long period of silence and waiting, someone finally spoke. However, it was not a half-step holy venerate, but a 9-star holy spirit. Zichun knew that this was just a symbolic beginning. He replied indifferently, "We discovered it first. Naturally, it's ours." "That's too much. Do you mean that whatever you see, whatever it is yours?" Another voice came from the crowd. It was not the same person as before. Then, everyone spoke one after another. Everyone was talking at the same time. Under such circumstances, not to mention that Zichun was alone, even with Bai and the others, they would not be able to win against the people on the other side. Therefore, he did not speak anymore. The noise grew louder and louder. It made the crowd angry. Everyone began to try to move forward. Seeing this, Zichun's body lit up. A powerful aura was released. His fighting spirit rose. He made his stance clear. The noise in front of them weakened. Everyone's footsteps also paused slightly. Zichun said, "Under the threat of the demonic god, I don't want to kill each other. If you want to fight, I hope it will be on the battlefield of the demonic god." Zichun, natural treasures belong to the virtuous. What right do you have to take them for yourself? Someone said coldly, "You're too selfish. Good things should be shared. Why should we give them to you?" Jeers rang out. Those people continued to move forward. They were a black mass. The aura they released was extremely terrifying. They were about to charge over. Just then, a black object flew out from the passage behind Zichun. It was the ancient demon refining jade. Chapter 43-24. The ancient jade of demon refinement came to Zichun's side and disappeared as he put it away. Then, Wei Tuo and the others immediately retreated and entered the previous space. Bai and the others were making hand seals. The space ripples began to surge and showed signs of healing. When the people in the distance saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. "He's going to reseal that space. Quick, stop him." Along with the cold shouts, the people rushed forward, and some even launched attacks. Buzz. Above Zichun's head, the Zichun Palace released a strong and dazzling light, and a venerable realm aura swept out. At the same time, the demon god painting in the other direction also unfolded at this moment. It was like a real mountain and river had appeared in the void. The unfolded mountain and river spread forward, intending to swallow the people. Many people who rushed forward began to retreat. Zichun's painting was very famous. Even a half-step holy venerable had been killed in it. They did not dare to be swallowed by it. The might of the Zichun Palace Hall was sufficiently frightening. Therefore, it caused the people who were charging forward to stop once again. In other words, the people in the front did not want to be cannon fodder and be killed by Zichun, so they did not move forward. With this pause, the space behind them began to heal quickly. Zichun stood in place and put up a strong defense with all his strength, as if forming a strong thunder shield. He knew that facing the countless experts in front of him, he He could only hold on for a moment. Boom! The attacks in front arrived. The painting and the Zichen Palace were the first to bear the attack, and the light on the surface of the painting was dimming visibly. The aftermath of the energy reached Zichun and kept attacking Zichen's defense. His face gradually turned pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The space ripples behind him were quickly healing, and soon it was over. Bai Yu and the others stood in the space, looking at Zichen, who was blocking the attack alone, with complicated and grateful expressions. In the next moment, the space healed, and Zichen's defense shattered, and his body flew backward. Even the Hall of Zichun and the picture scroll were sent flying out. Zichun was sent flying for nearly 1,000 feet. After stabilizing his body, he coughed out blood and his aura became weak. Being able to block so many attacks at once, including some from half-step holy venerates, was already very extraordinary. He waved his hand, and the Hall of Zichun and the painting flew back to him at the same time, disappearing from his side. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and walked forward. The place where he had been standing had already been filled with people. Unfortunately, there was only emptiness there. Other than that, there was nothing else. Many people's eyes turned cold when they saw Zichen walk over. There were even a few half-step, sacred venerates whose eyes flickered as if they wanted to kill him. Zichen, you're too selfish. A half-step holy venerate coldly reprimanded. Zichen said indifferently, selfish? I don't think so. This is where we found it. Naturally, we have control over it. If you don't want to, you can find it yourself. Or, you can open the entrance from here. This way, no one will be able to stop you. The half-step holy venerate who spoke earlier smiled coldly. Open the entrance? With you here, do we need to spend extra effort to open the entrance? It was not that they did not want to, but they did not have the strength. Even a half-step holy venerate could not sense the true location of that space. As that half-step holy venerate spoke, he looked to the sides and saw several people walking over to Zichen. These people were all half-step holy venerates. All of them had malicious expressions on their faces. Zichen allowed these people to appear by his side and said, "You guys, did you shut your brains and closed-door cultivation until you've become stupid? What's wrong? Do you want to kill me here?" That half-step holy venerate said, "We won't make things difficult for you. Open this place again. Otherwise, you should know the consequences." "What consequences? Kill me?" Zichen said indifferently. This time, when the god race and demon race retreated, I contributed greatly. At the very least, I made some contributions to the spirit realm. What have you guys, who only know how to stay in closed-door cultivation, done? Zichen pointed at the disappearing space and said, they were all former holy venerates. They only need a little bit of spirit energy to recover to their peak. Although the god race and demon race have left, everyone knows that they will return soon. At this time, don't you know what to do? When the surrounding people heard this, they all fell silent. There were many experts here, or rather, countless. However, there were only a few who actually participated in the battle between the god race and demon race. When they heard Zichen's words, their expressions did not change much. If there was anything, it would be mockery and disdain. You are an idiot, yet you blame others for not following you? What kind of world is this? That half-step holy venerate said, what does what you said have to do with us? Of course it does. Zichen said, isn't it our duty to save the spirit realm's common people? When Zichen finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Then, they all burst out laughing. Save the common people? Duty? You are really funny, aren't you? That half-step holy venerate said disdainfully, what do those ants have to do with us? Right now, we only want spirit energy. That is what we truly need. That is our goal. Don't use bullshit common people to threaten us. Common people are common people, and we are us. Zichen looked around. Although many people were not laughing, they still looked at him as if he was an idiot. Clearly, the two sides had different ideals. The most frightening thing was that only Zichen's ideals were different from everyone else's. You all think the same? Is the life and death of this world really unrelated to you? Zichen looked around. When he saw the expressions of those people, he gradually felt a chill in his heart. Cut the crap. I'll give you one more chance. Either open this place or die. That half-step holy venerate's eyes turned cold. My patience is limited. The might and pressure of a half-step holy venerate landed on Zichun. Zichun remained unmoved. A mere half-step holy venerate could not do anything to him. Following that, several more half-step holy venerate auras appeared and pressed towards Zichun. Zichun's body glowed. Previously, he was already injured, so he had no choice but to resist. There were even more people in the distance. They all watched silently, not making a move to stop or help. Naturally, there were the various large factions among them. As Zichun resisted the pressure, he looked at these people and shook his head in disappointment. So what if you all became holy venerates? You are still a bunch of selfish walking corpses. There is so much spirit energy in this world. Why can't you all obtain it? It is because you all are not worthy. Honestly, I wonder how you all reached your current cultivation. I wonder if the people who helped you in the past feel bitterly disappointed. You are just a bunch of ingrates who do not know what repayment is. You are destined to remain where you are and never become holy venerates. You are seeking death. True murderous intent appeared in that existence's eyes. Just at this moment, someone moved from behind. This made that half-step holy venerate's expression change. Up until now, that half-step holy venerate had been threatening Zichun. Was he really just having a good temper? That half-step holy venerate was worried about the people behind. At the same time, he was testing those people's attitudes again and again. Now, someone moved. Just as that half-step holy venerate was worried, that person who moved did not move forward but turned around and left. Following that, even more people left. Just like that, the powerhouses who came were divided into two groups. One group was to leave, and the other group was to stay. Although many people stayed, those who left were all from large factions. For example, the famous 5 elements noble clans or the Sun Race, Moon Race, and Star Race. Rumor has it that Zichun tricked the various large factions in the previous war between the gods and demons, forcing them to stand out. Now, it seems that it might be true. The large factions contributed a lot of resources to the war between the gods and demons. If this was really Zichun's scheme, then their actions this time would be justified. Just as the whispers sounded, the crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. That was because even the people from the Holy Thunder Clan had left. That half-step holy venerate, who had been worried earlier, laughed when he saw this scene. It seems that you are really loathsome. To think that you are the famous Zichun. I didn't expect that you wouldn't even have a little bit of popularity. Not to mention others, even your clansmen don't care if you live or die. Zichun laughed when he heard that. I also didn't expect that I, Zichun, would have such good popularity. In this situation, there was no need for those large factions to make a move. They only needed to say a few words, and the wait would be enough. Unfortunately, no one spoke up for him, not even the people from the Holy Thunder Clan. It seemed that although they didn't say anything about the previous matter, they still had some feelings in their hearts. However, the large factions didn't really suffer a loss last time. The materials they collected could be reused. It could even be said that they made a small profit. Furthermore, they won back the reputation and prestige of the large factions. The half-step holy venerate looked at the absent-minded Zichun and said, "Even at this time, I will still kindly remind you. Open this space and I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die today." Zichun said somewhat disheartenedly, "Forget it. I can't be bothered with you." He looked at these people and said, "I will give you one last parting word. Living well is good, but if you live a life worse than pigs and dogs, like walking corpses, then die. Also, don't let me see you again. Even now, if we fight one-on-one, I can still kill any one of you. So, if you see me in the future, try to avoid me as much as possible. Because even if you are a dog, you are still a dog of the Saint Spirit realm, a living dog. Die." Zichun's words were like mockery to the crowd, instantly angering everyone. This was especially true for Zichun's threat, which carried a lot of weight. The half-step holy venerates who surrounded Zichun already wanted to kill him. Just at this moment, a ray of holy venerate light fell from the sky and enveloped Zichun. The holy venerate light protected Zichun. Chapter 43:25. Since they wanted to kill, these people naturally would not hold back. Powerful attacks landed one after another. However, when they touched the supremacy force protecting Zichun, they were like raindrops falling into the sea. Ripples appeared and then disappeared. This was the difference between a half-step holy venerate and a holy venerate. Everyone's expression changed. Did a holy venerate make a move? Where did this holy venerate come from? Was it the Holy Thunder Clan? Earlier, the half-step holy venerates of the Holy Thunder Clan retreated. Could it be that they knew that a holy venerate was secretly protecting Xiaochun? However, if they spoke, there was no need for a holy venerate to make a move. These people did not have the courage to make a move. Zichun looked down at the people below indifferently. It was as if he wanted to remember everyone's faces. This caused everyone to feel gloomy. Many people felt regret. If they had known this would happen, they would not have expressed their stance earlier. Now, not only did they not obtain the light of spirit energy, but they also offended an existence like Zichun. However, they thought about it again. If those half-step holy venerates were not afraid, what was the point of them? 9-star holy spirits, thinking so much? Zichun entered the void and saw Lu Shangyao. Thanks. Lu Shangyao stepped forward and patted Xiaochun's shoulder. He asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" Zichun shook his head. It would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed. However, it did not seem like he was too disappointed. It seemed like this world had always been like this. Don't give yourself too much pressure. Don't think too much. You have already done very well. Lu Shangyao said, even if you have not become a holy venerate, you have already done very well. Although many people had contributed to driving away the gods and demons, the one who had contributed the most and played a key role was still Zichun. If not for Zichun, the situation of the spiritual realm would be unimaginable. What do you plan to do next? Lu Shangyao asked. I will go back and cultivate in seclusion. I will try to break through to the holy venerate as soon as possible. The feeling of being threatened is really uncomfortable. Zichun sighed from the bottom of his heart. Lu Shangyao said with a smile, "Let me send you off." Zichun did not refuse, even if he had the spirit core and could instantly return to the Sky Martial Continent. Traveling with a holy venerate could increase Xiaochun's knowledge. Furthermore, there were people to chat with along the way, which could be considered relaxing. We can't overestimate ourselves, but we can't underestimate ourselves either, Lu Shangyao said on the way. Zichun nodded, understanding the other party's advice. This time, it was very likely that the news was leaked because of the news he sent out. Even though it was sealed, it was still broken by others, resulting in the current situation. In the past, Zichun didn't think that he was different from the rest, nor did he think that he was special. Through this incident, he knew that he had unknowingly become an important figure. In other words, he had already become a big shot. In the dark, there were countless forces and people paying attention to his every move, so he had to be careful. By the same logic, the Sky Martial Continent had finally become a major power, a power that could be talked about on its own, because the Emperor had Zichun. After understanding this layer of relationship, Zichun's mood improved a lot. He decided to walk his own path from now on. After saying goodbye to Lu Shangyao, Zichun returned to the Sky Martial Continent and entered seclusion. Perhaps the next time he came out of seclusion, he would break through to the Holy Venerate realm. Lu Shangyao returned to the demon-suppressing gate. During this time, the demon race seemed to have completely given up on this place. They had been attacking this place for countless years, and they had been guarding it for countless years. Now that the demon race had suddenly given up, these people were not used to it. For them to not attack this place for so long, it seemed that the demon race was doing their best to open up a new channel. Furthermore, their progress was not bad. Chung Ho sat cross-legged under the lightning tree. He glanced at Lu Shangyao, who had just returned. How was it? Lu Shangyao smiled and said, It's about the same as what we guessed. No one helped at the crucial moment. I can sense that many people want to kill Zichun. As expected, once there are no external enemies, they begin to fight among themselves. Chung Ho's eyes flashed with disdain. The spirit race is known as the largest race. They have a vast territory and countless resources, but they are still bullied by the god and demon race. It's not without reason. Take last time, for example. If Zichun hadn't appeared, perhaps the majority of the spirit world would have been lost. Now, as soon as he was sent out, these fellows want to get rid of him. This was Chung Ho's complaint. In truth, he also knew that this was how the world was. It had been like this for many years. If the spirit world's powers had been united long ago, let alone the god and demon race, the god and demon race would have been taken over by the spirit world. Unfortunately, that was just an if. There were not so many ifs in the world. Everything in the spirit world continued. After Zichun left, those half-step holy venerates did not give up. They used their own methods to try and find that space. They did not succeed. Even though they were unwilling, they had no choice but to retreat. To them, time was very precious. However, since there was one spirit light, there would definitely be a second one. Thus, these people who came out of seclusion started to search for the spirit light. Not long after, news and clues about the spirit light spread. Of course, there were many battles in between. The spiritual realm had just settled down, but because of the appearance of the spiritual light, a war broke out. These true powerhouses didn't even have time to fight for the spiritual realm, and they died fighting for the spiritual light. This time, for the sake of fighting for the spirit light, the various factions sent out their experts. The scale of the battle was naturally greater than the previous one. After all, no half-step holy venerates appeared in the previous battle. However, this time, almost all of them were half-step holy venerates. After this news spread, the spirit world was in an uproar. Naturally, there were many mocking and disdainful voices. If it weren't for the spirit light, who knows where these fellows are hiding? How ironic. Enemies have invaded the world. They don't care about the suffering of the world. Instead, they fought for the spirit light, not hesitating to die in battle. Similar voices could often be heard in the various taverns. The spirit race in the world did not have a good impression of these existences. The reputation that the various factions had accumulated from the previous battle was also gone. This was especially true after the matter of Zichun spread. The prestige of these major factions dropped significantly. It turned out that their so-called participation in the battle was only because they had no other choice. They did not sincerely want to do anything for the world. Previously, when Zichun was in danger, no one came to stop him. Many of the survivors of the battle were grateful to Zichun from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone knew that if Zichun had not fought with his own wealth, no one in the spirit world would have been able to resist. However, such a hero of the spirit world was an idiot in the eyes of others. This made everyone's hearts turn cold. At the same time, the actions of the various major factions were even more chilling. There were even some people who wondered how the major powers would deal with the fiend gods if they were to invade again. As more and more spirit lights were discovered, the chaos continued. The casualties increased. Every once in a while, there would be news of a major figure dying in battle somewhere. Whether it was a half-step holy venerate or a 9-star holy spirit, they were all very famous in their respective territories. It was only because Zichun was too strong that he overshadowed them. The deaths of these people did not make many people feel pity. Instead, they felt resentful that they did not live up to expectations. However, along with the deaths, there was also news of a half-step holy venerate obtaining a spirit light and becoming a half-step holy venerate. This was a great shock. In a short time, the number of holy venerates in the sacred spirit world increased by at least several dozen. And this was just the news. Who knew how many more had not been released? Actually, just from this point alone, it was a grand occasion. The sacred spirit world was very large. However, many places were boundless void. The void was very quiet, deathly still. Suddenly, a ripple appeared out of nowhere. It was like a ripple on the surface of water. After it appeared, it quickly surged. Energy surged out from the center of the ripple. This energy was not spirit chi, but demonic chi. The moment the demonic chi appeared, it began to expand and eventually turned into a channel. Similar demonic chi channels did not only appear in one place. They appeared in at least a dozen different places. After the demonic chi channels appeared, no demons came. There was only a channel that kept expanding. More and more demonic chi surrounded the channel, stabilizing the channel. Finally, at a certain moment, The demonic chi stopped pouring in. Light shone from the channel. The demons were here. After so many years, the demons came to the sacred spirit world again. This time, the demon holy venerates came with them. A true battle of disaster was about to begin. The vanguard appeared. There were a total of 3 9-star holy spirits leading the group. The leader was Mod. On his left and right were Xian and Yen. For some reason, the three of them came together again. They even became the vanguard. Mod looked at the empty field, his eyes full of coldness. This time, since we are the vanguard, we should work together to take revenge. Do the two of you have any good suggestions? Yen said coldly, don't give orders to the two of us. In terms of position, the three of us are equal. In terms of combat power, Xian is stronger than you. Xian, don't you think so? Xian said, let's put these aside first. Since we are here for revenge, we naturally have to kill Zichen first. I suggest that we directly lead the group to the Holy Thunder Clan and start a war in the name of killing Zichen. The two of them heard this and turned to look at the somewhat crazy Xian. Xian said, only in this way can we kill Zichen? But that is the Holy Thunder Clan, a powerful force. How can we take them down? Even the conceited Mod did not have the confidence at this moment. This time, Zichen must die. Xian's eyes surged with endless killing intent. This time, my goal is to kill Zichen. If Zichen does not die, the two of us will not go back. Chapter 4390. For Zichen, this seemed to be a great thing because he could get such a great opportunity without paying anything in the early stages. But he didn't agree directly. Instead, he said, this is not a small matter. Can you make the decision? Taisei said, I can make the decision for a small matter like retreating, but going to your world is a big matter. I can't make the decision. Zichen said, then find someone who can make the decision. This is not a small matter. We need to be careful. Okay, I'll send a message back immediately. Taisei nodded and said, but I'll have to trouble Chief Zichen to stay here for a few days. 3 days later, Zichen waited for that important person to come. But after seeing her, Zichen was very surprised. It was the woman from the Lost Clan who fought with him last time. The other party had a beautiful and flirtatious face. She was still wearing tight black clothes, and her movements were clean and nimble. Are you surprised? Taisei took the initiative to leave the room. The woman spoke. I'm a little surprised. Zichen nodded honestly. My name is Tasha. I can make the decision for this matter, Tasha said. Zichen nodded again. What's your plan? Tasha said. I'll go with you to the outside world and find a suitable place for us to live. As for the resources here, we can provide some convenience for you. Zichen was puzzled. Why me? Tasha didn't answer the question. Instead, she asked, are you not trustworthy? Zichen didn't know what she was thinking, but he had a good impression of Tasha, even if she had sneak attacked him. Zichen said, how are you going to leave with me? The other forces may not be happy to see this. Once they know who you are, they may try to kill you. I have my ways, Tasha said. Tasha said, I know a technique that can change my aura and appearance, making it impossible for anyone to find out. Zichen suddenly asked, may I ask why you want to leave? Tasha looked at Zichen with a strange gaze. The place we live is about to be gone. Where else can we go? Zichen was a little confused. Once the resources here are all extracted by you, this world will become a wasteland. If we continue to live here without any resources, how long can we last? Tasha said, and the world you live in is the best place for us to belong. Zichen found it hard to believe. If that was the case, they would have fought the invaders to the death instead of choosing to cooperate. As if she had guessed Zichen's doubts, Tasha continued, I can only represent my faction. There is another faction that is very radical. They will fight to the death. So even if you and I have reached an agreement, we still have to fight here. Of course, you can mine the resources under this city as you wish. Zichen said, we need to occupy this place first before we can go back and discuss this matter with the clan. Is there a need for discussion? Aren't you the leader this time? Don't you have the final say? Tasha asked curiously. There are many people above me. Moreover, This is the first time I have been appointed as the leader. Zichen smiled. Their fighting strength is not as good as yours. Do you still have to listen to them? Tasha asked again. There is the Holy Spirit above the Holy Spirit. My fighting strength is far from enough to make my words carry weight. After Zichen said this, Tasha's eyes lit up. She nodded and agreed directly. Actually, your people don't have to withdraw because we only extract the resources underground. Forget it. If we don't withdraw, there will be a lot of gossip. It will be very bad for us. The matter was agreed. Then Zichen said goodbye and went back to bring people to extract the resources. On the way back, the elf warned, "Be careful of what they are up to. You are the invaders. If you take them out, they will be the invaders." Zichen said, "We came here for the opportunity. As for who the invaders are, it should be the Holy Spirit who should be worried." The elf said, "In that case, do you really plan to cooperate with them? If I don't agree to such a good thing, won't I be struck by lightning?" After leaving a certain range, Zichen used Little Lay's exclusive teleportation talisman and returned to the Blood Dragon Canyon. He first went to see Grace and asked about the current situation. She said that everything was normal. After Zichen told her that he had discovered the second land of great opportunity, Grace was happy for Zichen from the bottom of her heart. At the same time, she asked him when he could extract the resources. Zichen replied that he had to meet the Holy Spirit first. In the Blood Dragon Canyon, Zichen used the lost heavenly crystal and left the lost world. It seemed that Fulao had set up a new teleportation array when he returned. When he arrived at the teleportation array of the moon star, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. When the holy spirits of the Holy Thunder clan saw Zichen, they were very surprised and immediately bowed to Zichen. Zichen waved his hand and motioned for everyone to continue. Then, he went to find the Holy Spirit Master Lady. Compared to the last time when the Holy Spirit Master's aura was deliberately released, Lady's aura was restrained this time. It could also be seen that the situation had stabilized. After all, the Lost World was big enough, and there were enough opportunities inside. When the Holy Thunder clan made a discovery, the other forces also had their own gains. When he saw Lady again, the two ancestors of the Spirit Clan and Vane Clan were also there. When they saw Zichen come in, the Vane Clan ancestor said with a smile, "Kid, you're out again. What? Did you find another resource that surprised us?" Zichen said, "No, but there is one thing that needs the Holy Spirit Master's decision." "Oh?" Lady looked at Zichen and was a little surprised. After all, after he told Zichen about the issue of authority last time, Zichen began to deal with other things on his own. From the looks of it, except for a few interested families, the reputation of Zichen was good. At least, all parties were very satisfied. "Tell me about it." Lady was a little curious about what Zichen wanted to say. Zichen told him about Tasha without hiding anything, including the deal between the two sides. Moreover, in the territory of the Holy Spirit Master, Zichen was not worried that someone would eavesdrop. Lady's expression gradually changed. The smiles on the faces of the Spirit Clan and Vane Clan ancestors gradually disappeared. It involved the migration of a clan, which was not a trivial matter. According to Zichen's current authority, he really could not make the decision. "Since you have agreed to this matter, what do you think?" Chapter 44:15. When Zichen heard the news and arrived, he saw everyone in the Sacred Talisman Palace bowing to the front. Li Haoqing, the lord of the Sacred Talisman Palace, had returned. The Sacred Talisman Masters were very excited. They had heard from Zichen that the lord would return, so they were looking forward to it. The Sacred Talisman Palace, which had been suppressed by the Lei Zheng family for many years, would be reborn today. He glanced at the Sacred Talisman Palace and nodded, seemingly satisfied. Behind him was a group of Sacred Talisman Masters who had returned. However, with Li Haoqing's Sacred Sage aura around, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Zichen also bowed to Li Haoqing with a fist salute. Li Haoqing also saw Zichen and smiled. "You're lucky." Zichen was a little confused, but after looking around, he understood. A person walked out from behind Li Haoqing. It was a beautiful woman wearing green clothes. At this moment, there was a crafty smile on her face. It was Qingyi. "Why are you here?" Zichen was surprised, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. I opened the passage, so of course I'm here to take a look. Qing Yi walked forward, pointed at Zichen, and said, "You'll be my tour guide. I want to see this place." Seeing Zichen standing there, Qing Yi said unhappily, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Zichen glanced at Li Haoqing, who waved his hand. "Let's go." Zichen left with Qing Yi. The core city was a secret, so Zichen certainly wouldn't take her around. After leaving the sacred talisman palace, Zichen said, "I'll take you to my world. I don't have enough authority here." "Okay." Qing Yi nodded. Zichen asked, "Why are you suddenly here? Is there something you need?" Qing Yi said, "I'm here to see this world. After all, it's called the main world, and there are countless creatures here." "So you're planning to build an eternal entrance?" Zichen's eyes lit up. "Sort of." Zichen brought Qing Yi to a transportation formation. After several teleportations, they returned to the martial heaven continent. Zichen suddenly became very enthusiastic, patiently explaining his world to Qing Yi. Noticing the change in Zichen's mood, Qing Yi tilted her head and said, "You seem to be a little too enthusiastic." Zichen didn't hide it and smiled. "Of course, you're my big money bag now. If I serve you well, I'll have another big deal in my world in the future." The corners of Qing Yi's mouth curled up. Zichen started to bring Qing Yi to tour his own world. Qing Yi was very surprised. She didn't expect Zichen to have such a world. During this time, Zichen didn't introduce the place where the lost race lived. However, with Qing Yi's keen perception, she naturally knew this and asked the reason. Zichen did not hide anything and told him the truth. "Seems like your world is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers." Qing Yi smiled faintly. "How is it? What do you think of my previous proposal?" asked Zichen immediately. If they really opened a channel from Zichen's world, then for Zichen's martial heaven continent, it would represent an endless stream of resources. Its value would even far surpass that of a mine. "Not much," Qing Yi said. "This is no small matter. I can't make the decision by myself." "Of course. You go back and discuss it. I'm willing to provide a portion of the profits," said Zichen. "Who cares about your profits?" Qing Yi rolled her eyes at Zichen. "This matter is not up to me alone, because there's still the soul-devouring race and the sea race. All three forces need to sit together and discuss it." Zichen wasn't surprised by this. The rules of the world had become complete, so there was no need for the two sides to fight to the death. They just needed to come to this world to cultivate together. But don't get your hopes up, because before coming, your saint also had this intention. However, it's hard to say where the entrance to the eternal world will be located. Zichen nodded. This matter was related to huge benefits, so they naturally had to be cautious. Qing Yi wasn't in a hurry to leave. Zichen was also very leisurely. He brought Qing Yi around to play and eat some of the unique delicacies of the Saint Spirit world. The heated discussion about Zichen gradually dissipated, and a new hot topic appeared. The Saint Talisman Masters who had entered the Saint Talisman realm had all returned. It wasn't just the Holy Thunder Clan. The Saint Talisman Masters who had entered the Saint Talisman realm by chance many years ago had all returned. They all had extremely valuable soul weapons that attracted the attention of various forces. At the same time, there was also a rumor that the Holy Thunder Clan seemed to have the ability to open a complete channel to the Saint Talisman realm. A few days later, Qing Yi had to return to pass on the message. Zichen sent her to the Saint Talisman Palace, which was a temporary transportation formation. Before leaving, Qing Yi chatted with Li Haoqing about some matters. On the same day, Li Haoqing asked someone to pass on a message to Zichen. The two of them met at a restaurant in the core city. This restaurant was opened by a core disciple, but it was said that he had some connections with the city lord. After all, the people who lived in the core city were mostly core disciples. Every inch of land was worth an inch of gold. It was almost impossible to open a restaurant here without some connections. Li Haoqing casually sat at a table near the window. When he saw Zichen enter, he waved at him. Zichen approached and bowed to Li Haoqing. "You brat, why do you have so many formalities? Hurry up and take a seat." Back in that world, Li Haoqing had been Zichen's grandfather for many years. The two of them had a pretty good relationship. It was just that his grandfather had suddenly become a sacred venerate. This made Zichen very nervous because he hadn't been so respectful to his grandfather at the start. Qingyi is not bad. Just as Zichen sat down, Li Haoqing smiled and said. Zichen was a little restless. He recalled that back in that world, his grandfather had left his only asset, the cave, to him and Qingyi. He hoped that the two of them could carry on the family line. Unfortunately, his wish was never fulfilled. Li Haoqing knocked on the empty wine cup. Zichen understood and immediately filled it up. Kid, you are really amazing. You can cause a commotion wherever you go. I've only returned for a few days, and I've heard a lot about you. There are both good and bad things about you. Li Haoqing sized up Zichen and asked, do you want to know if there are more bad things or good things about you? Zichen shook his head. I don't want to know. Li Haoqing asked, then what do you want to know? I want to know what the sacred venerate thinks about the Saint Talisman realm. Zichen replied honestly. Li Haoqing smiled. Why? I called you here today to talk about something. Can I treat you to a bowl of wine? I can drink wine anytime. But the Saint Talisman realm is a big matter. Zichen continued. I want to know what the sacred venerate thinks. Do you think the Holy Thunder Clan will be willing to hand over such an important place to you? Chapter 44:35. Wuyo smiled. His smile was very happy. The monk also smiled. He was very pleased with himself. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have the same look in their eyes. They looked at each other like idiots. Wuyo said, It seems that you are very confident. Monk said, Of course I am. So I want you to remember that you died because of me. 3 streams of light came from afar and landed in front of Monk. Shengming glanced around and found something unusual. He cried out involuntarily, No, something happened here. Monk was a little puzzled. Shengming said, The aura of the senior brother guarding here has disappeared. Monk's expression changed. That was a 9-star saint spirit. Not to mention how powerful his combat strength was, he had many life-saving means. It could be said that the people of the Buddha tribe here could be seriously injured, but it was impossible to kill them. But now, the aura of the 9-star saint spirit had disappeared, and a demon was standing on the top of the mountain. What did this mean? Monk had a bad feeling in his heart. Look, you can't laugh now, can you? Wuyo pointed at himself and said, But I'm still so happy. I thought it was strange before, but I didn't know the reason. Now I know that our people haven't met anyone along the way. Monk's expression changed several times. Could it be that they were also killed? Wuyo snapped his fingers at Monk. That's right. Those nearby should be dead. So we found some bait from afar. But this time, I'm the most satisfied. Wuyo's eyes moved on Zichen and the other two. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Emo Luoning, you've done a good job. Emo Luoning, who led Monk all the way here, was very excited. Wuyo waved his hand, and Emo Luoning immediately stepped back. He stayed aside, ready to collect the bodies of the 4 people. Zichen's eyes fell on Mount Wuyo below. With his soul perception, he found something unusual. Are the 3 of you going to attack together? Or all of you together? Said Wuyu with a smile on his face. However, his eyes were fixed on Qingyi and Shengming. He completely ignored Zichen. He didn't need to look at a mere 7-star saint spirit. Unexpectedly, the woman who didn't look weak actually took the initiative to say, This has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to have fun. She immediately took a step back and stood beside the monk. Oh, that's interesting. Wuyu smiled. Then, he looked at Shengming and said, Then it's you. Shengming put his palms together and said, Ba, I'm just a guide this time. Shengming also retreated. This made Wuyo even more surprised. He could only look at Zichen, who had not looked at him directly even once. What about you? Is the excuse a passerby or something else? Zichen took a step forward and said, I am the one who wants your life. Wuyo was slightly taken aback as he said, Is your brain damaged? Are you starting to talk nonsense? Zichen pointed down and said, That blood contains pure Buddhist power. You must have killed quite a few Buddhas here, right? Therefore, you are destined to die. Such arrogance, if you're not a fool, then you're an idiot, Wuyo said disdainfully. Even though he said that, he still made his move in advance. Demonic chi rolled, like a black fog, instantly moving forward. Qing-yi and the other two retreated, taking the initiative to give up the battlefield. Zichun was immediately enveloped by the black fog. The black fog rolled violently, occasionally stirring up powerful aftershocks. This is not ordinary demonic chi. This is called demonic cloud insect. Wuyo looked at Zichun, who was already enveloped by the black fog, and explained, "Once the demonic cloud insect attaches itself to you, only death awaits you. That's how the 9-star died last time." Qing-yi and the other two retreated again, having no intention of helping. The surging black fog gradually quieted down. Wuyo looked at this scene and was even more disdainful. "This is your strength?" There were 2 5-star cultivators in front of you who could still struggle a little, but you couldn't even make a splash. It seems that in this place, without relics, your combat strength will be greatly reduced. Suddenly, the black fog began to shrink rapidly and disappeared quickly. "This is impossible." Wuyo's expression couldn't help but change. He could no longer maintain his previous calmness because he sensed that the demonic cloud insect's life was disappearing. Zichun stepped forward and walked out of the black fog. The black fog, which had already solidified, fell to the ground. Seeing that the demonic cloud insects that he had refined quietly had all died, Wuyo's expression turned cold. "Do you know how precious those demonic cloud insects are? How dare you kill them all?" Zichun said indifferently, "At this time, shouldn't you be most worried about your own life?" The two rushed forward almost at the same time. "Die!" Wuyo threw a punch. Endless demonic chi surged, and the whole world became dark. Zichun also threw a punch, and there was the sound of rolling thunder. When the two fists met, the whole world was silent. Then, a powerful explosion spread out, and countless air waves carried a powerful force and retreated. Wuyo's figure was sent flying hundreds of feet. After stabilizing his body, his expression changed again. In the distance, Emo Luoning, who was waiting to collect the corpse, also had a look of shock on his face. Last time, the 9-star divine spirit secretly guarding this place couldn't send His Excellency flying. He didn't expect this person, who was only in the 7-star realm, to have such means. At this moment, Emo Luoning had some misconceptions. Could it be that having hair made the spirit ray stronger? After all, their opponents had always been hairless. Waves of pain came from his right arm, so Wuyo didn't want to continue to fight with his opponent. If they exchanged another blow, his arm would probably be shattered. In terms of physical strength, he was obviously weaker. Wuyo had killed many 7-star spirit race, but this was the first time he had killed someone with such powerful strength. Since attacking didn't work, he decided to attack from afar. Demonic chi surged around his body and gradually turned into a black flame. He looked at Zichun and said coldly, "This is the demon race's positive demonic fire. Although it's still 1 level away from the highest level, 9th grade, it's enough to kill a 7-star like you. Before you die, do you have any last words?" "Flames? I have them too." Thunder fire appeared in Zichun's palm, and an ancient aura began to spread. "I'll take these as your last words." The demonic fire on Wuyo's body twisted and left his body, turning into a huge palm, and went straight for Zichun. Demonic flame palm. Not only was its power extraordinary, but its speed was also its strength. Almost in an instant, it was in front of Zichun. However, just as it was about to grab Zichun, a palm made of thunder fire appeared out of thin air and collided with the demonic flame palm. Boom! The 2 huge palm prints collapsed at the same time, forming a powerful wave that flooded the surroundings, including Zichun. Wuyo snorted coldly again. Then, his pupils constricted. He saw a straight ray of light suddenly rush out from the turbulent energy, like a golden lightning, and came close to Wuyo. Wuyo's expression changed drastically, and a light screen appeared in front of him. The golden light approached with an indomitable will. Bang! The light screen shattered instantly. The golden light disappeared. Wuyo's body was suspended in midair, and his chest was pierced by a black spear. The turbulent energy dissipated, and layers of ripples surged for nearly 1,000 feet before disappearing. The world suddenly became quiet, so quiet that it was difficult for people to get used to it. Emo Luoning covered his mouth, trying very hard not to cry out. The invincible master in his eyes had been pierced through the chest by a 7-star spirit clan member. Behind him, Shangming shouted Ba. This was the first time Tyrant saw Zichen fight. Although it was expected, he was still very surprised. Qingyi's expression changed slightly, as if she was a little surprised. You're very fast, but unfortunately, compared to me, you're still a little slow. A faint voice sounded. It was Wuyo. It came from the sky. Wuyo, who was in front of the spear, turned into a piece of demonic jade and shattered with a bang. Zichen looked up at the sky. He saw a large net falling from the sky. What made up the net was not threads, but countless blades, connected head to tail. Wuyo stood in the sky and looked down at Zichen. His gaze was cold, as though he was looking at a dead man. The space around Zichen was being compressed intensely, making it impossible for him to escape. It seemed as though he could only be trapped in the net. Shangming was a little worried. As a mighty figure of the Buddha race, he did not notice when Wuyo dodged. If the two of them were to fight, he would have to admit that he was already dead. He was a little worried for Zichen. At this moment, Zichen kept his spear, and a sacred talisman brush appeared in his hand. He drew out the brush. A straight beam of light shot out from the tip of the brush, as though it was the most beautiful light in the world, rising into the sky. Wherever the beam of light passed, the space was split into two. If it could even slice through space, this black net was naturally nothing. The net was split in the middle, but the beam of light did not dissipate. Instead, it headed straight for Wuyo. Swish! The beam of light pierced through Wuyo's body. Fresh blood splattered in the sky, but Wuyo's body was nowhere to be seen. Is this guy playing with disappearance? Monk muttered. Zichen's gaze landed on Mount Wuyo below. Since you have the intention of luring me over, I'll go take a look then. Zichen descended from the sky and landed on Mount Wuyo. Monk, I'll leave that guy to you. It was Emo Luoning who did not manage to escape in time. Don't worry, he's just a 4-star. Monk laughed out loud and dashed towards Emo Luoning. Come, let's see how I'll kill you. Zichen landed on Mount Wuyo. Qingyi and Shengming followed behind, and no one bothered about Monk anymore. Is there something strange here? Shengming asked when he noticed that Zichen's gaze was fixed on a certain spot. The sacred talisman brush in Zichen's hand pointed forward. Ripples surged out, and a passageway appeared. Shengming's expression changed. At this moment, he finally understood what the Buddha Lord meant. Zichen put away the sacred talisman brush, took out his spear and shield, and strode in. He was full of vigilance, but he did not encounter any surprise attacks during this period. When Zichen arrived at the interior of the mountain, what entered his eyes was not billowing demonic qi, but pure Buddhist power. Chapter 44:36. The passageway was deep and serene, but it was not damp or dark. The surrounding Buddhist power was pure and dense, with a holy aura. It was as if they had arrived at the Buddhist temples in the Buddhist city. Zichen was slightly startled. This was different from what he had imagined. Shengming, who had followed Zichen in, saw this scene and his expression changed. As a member of the Buddhist race, he knew very well what this meant. For a moment, his face was filled with grief, and even his body began to tremble. Zichen felt the abnormality behind him and turned to look at Shengming. Shengming said, to create a place with Buddhist power comparable to a Buddhist temple in an unfamiliar place, the first requirement is a huge Buddhist formation. Buddhist formation? Zichen said with some surprise. So, a member of the Buddhist race has betrayed us? Shengming said painfully, a Buddhist formation is not something that only members of the Buddhist race can create. It can be done with items from the Buddhist race. Zichen said, you mean the Sarira of the Buddhist race? There is actually a formation made of Sarira here. How many Sarira would that require? A Sarira represented the life of a Buddhist Holy Spirit. The number of Sarira that could be used to create a formation was unimaginable. Such a big thing had happened, but the Buddhist race had no idea. What did this mean? What was the intention of that Worryless who had deliberately led Zichen here? After Worryless entered the underground, he kept going deeper into the core. The stroke from before had split his body in two. There was an independent space in the core. There were more than 10 demons in this space, all of them 9 stars. And in the center, there was an existence completely covered in a black robe sitting cross-legged. Beneath him was a Buddhist formation. This formation was completely made of Sarira, and it rippled with boundless Buddhist light. There were nearly 1,000 of them. "Sir." Worryless walked in and bowed respectfully to the black-robed man. "You are injured." The black-robed man's tone was indifferent. A powerful character came from outside. I could not defeat him, so I let him in. "What?" The black-robed man's tone became heavier. "You led an outsider into our secret place? Do you know what this means?" The gazes of the others that looked at Wuyo also became ice-cold. This was the greatest secret of the demon race for tens of thousands of years. What was the point of drawing the enemy here? Wuyo explained, "There is a 9-star cultivator inside. As long as we take his relics, our mission will be considered complete. Luring them into this place and directly opening the door is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone." There was only one last high-level Sarira left before the demon race's grand plan would succeed. A 9-star one was just right. The gazes of the others that looked at Wuyo warmed up quite a bit. "Where are they?" the black-robed man asked. "We should be here soon," Wuyo said. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I'm going to kill them now," a demon said angrily as he walked out. "Don't be impulsive," Wuyo shouted. "He's really strong. That's because you were too weak." As soon as he finished speaking, his body flew backward and smashed into the Buddha formation. Everyone's expression changed as they looked towards the entrance. "I was wondering where this was." "So it was you who lured me to the Devil's Denver," a faint voice sounded as Zichun walked in. When everyone saw Zichun, their expressions changed. He was actually a 7-star cultivator. They looked at Wuyo. Wuyo said somewhat shamefully, "That's him." They looked at their fallen comrade. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face immediately turning pale. Qing Yi and Sheng Ming walked in. When they saw the number of people here, they were somewhat surprised. The black-robed man still had his back to the crowd. Both sides fell into silence, but this silence only lasted for a moment. "Kill!" A voice that no one knew who shouted broke the silence in this place. In an instant, all the demons moved. However, it was not directed at Zichun, but at Sheng Ming. Sheng Ming's Sarira was something they had to get. Qing Yi quickly retreated and left through the entrance. Her reaction was extremely fast, and she had no intention of fighting at all. In contrast, Sheng Ming called out a Buddhist name and humanely said, "Benefactor, take care of yourself before retreating." Zichun stood at the entrance, a spear in one hand and a shield in the other, blocking all the attacks. In the next moment, a fierce battle broke out. The spear in Zichun's hand rippled and moved forward quickly like a golden bolt of lightning. A 9-star demon's body was pierced through. This was only an external wound, so it shouldn't be able to kill a 9-star saint spirit. But in the next moment, a strong force of death was released from the spear and surged into the demon's sea of consciousness. The demon's sea of consciousness seemed to have encountered a destructive storm. His powerful soul was constantly being torn apart, shattered, and eventually destroyed. This was Zichun's true combat strength. In the previous battle with Wuyo, he still held back. Zichun raised the light shield and blocked the attacks. Then, like a dragon, his spear went straight for the second demon's chest. A long sword suddenly appeared in the demon's hand. He held the sword horizontally in front of him and blocked Zichun's spear. The powerful recoil shook the demon's body and sent him flying backward. But because of this, he saved his life. The battle was still going on, and powerful shockwaves continued to surge in this space, which was not very big. The black-robed man was still sitting cross-legged with his back to everyone. Below him, the Sarira formation was intact. Qing Yi and Sheng Ming stood outside. They could no longer see the situation inside, and could only sense the abnormalities through the energy waves. Neither of them was worried about Zichun. They seemed to have great confidence in him. The battle lasted for a quarter of an hour. The energy waves slowly disappeared. When it calmed down, the two walked inside. At first glance, there were corpses everywhere. All the demons had been killed by Zichun. Zichun, on the other hand, was leaning against the corner. His spear and shield were beside him. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was very pale. Ba, good indeed. Sheng Ming put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Qing Yi looked at Zichun. That bad? Zichun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, These people are not weak. Not only were they 9 stars, but they were also the best of the 9 stars. Zichun naturally had a hard time fighting them. Zichun stood up again, picked up his spear and shield again, and then looked ahead warily. The black-robed man still did not turn around, even though his companions died one after another. He did not speak, did not attack, and did not even use the slightest bit of soul power. He was like a wooden man. Ba, benefactor. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore. Sheng Ming looked at the black-robed man and said, The sea of bitterness is boundless, but there is no shore to turn back. The black-robed man in front finally spoke. His voice carried some vicissitudes and seemed to be tired. His body turned, revealing the face under the black robe. It was very old. Chapter 44:37. Zichun was surprised to hear Sheng Ming's exclamation. Did they know each other? The black robe fell from his head, revealing the true appearance of the black-robed man. It was a bald monk. Zichun's expression changed. He was very surprised because the leader of the demons was a bald monk. Qingyi was also very surprised. Shu Shengda, how come it's you? Sheng Ming recognized him and said in disbelief. Shu Sheng Ming, long time no see. Shengda smiled as if seeing an old friend. Shu, how come it's you? Sheng Ming found it hard to accept. One called him Shu, while the other called him Shu. There seemed to be a problem with seniority, but Sheng Ming didn't care about it. In the Buddhist race, and even in the entire Saint Spirit realm, because there were many factions, there were many seniority. Most of the seniority was based on realms. Since they were both sacred spirits, they were brothers of the same sect. Sheng Ming used to be called Wu Yuan, and Sheng De was his Shu. After he became a sacred spirit, he became part of the Buddhist race's Shu generation, the same generation as Sheng De. But in his heart, he had always respected this legendary Shu and had never changed the way he addressed him. Shu Shengda was very famous in the Buddhist race. Even though he had fallen many years ago, he was still not forgotten. At least, he was not forgotten by the people on this battlefield. This was because Shu Shengda, a 9-star sacred spirit, had died on Mount Carefree in the first large-scale battle. At that time, Shu Shengda was the first to discover the secret of Mount Carefree and destroy the demon's invasion plan. Sheng Ming looked at the relics on the ground, and then at Shu Shengda sitting cross-legged on them. His heart was very complicated, and he didn't know what to say. Those Sariras were all disciples of the Buddha race. He couldn't even blame them. The hero of the past had suddenly become an accomplice of the devil race, and he was constantly harming his own fellow disciples. Monk, did you do all this? Right at this moment, Zichun suddenly spoke. Shengda looked at Zichun and asked, Benefactor, have you recovered? Zichun said, Not completely, but it should be enough to deal with you alone. Monk Shengda put his palms together and said, Laona has been here for too long. I didn't know that such a young hero had appeared in the Saint Spirit Jia. How should I address this young benefactor? Zichun said, Holy Thunder Clan. Zichun, Monk Shengda said, Looks like you are indeed a young hero. Laona admires you. Zichun looked at Shengda and said, Can you explain what is going on? Would you like to hear it? Shengda raised his head and looked at Zichun. Actually, I don't really want to hear it, Zichun said, but I always feel that it's a bit of a pity to beat you to death like this. Why don't you share your story with us so we can have an audience? Sheng Ming, whose heart was like dead ashes, had a glimmer of hope in his eyes. I'll have to start many years ago. It's a long story. I wonder if Benefactor has the patience. Don't worry, it's good that you're a bit older. At least you'll be able to die a bit later. Shengda smiled. Benefactor is very kind. A look of reminiscence appeared in the old monk's eyes. Many years ago, the Buddhist race had just discovered this battlefield. Because they had never had any dealings with the demon race, they suffered great losses in their first confrontation. The battle that year was extremely tragic. Countless Buddhist race experts died. At that time, the demon race had occupied this place for a long time. This battlefield could be considered their camp, and we were just outsiders. After countless years of fighting, the Buddhist race relied on the fearless sacrifice of countless disciples to gradually exterminate the demon race. This was the first time Sheng Ming had heard about the early days of the battlefield, so he listened very carefully. Zichun and Qingyi did not disturb him. They just followed the old monk's train of thought. The demon race was very strong, and they were good at bewitching people. The Buddhist race disciples suffered great losses. As for those who gave birth to inner demons, some could be reborn, and some would die under them. The old monk's smile suddenly became somewhat strange, and some would be assimilated and controlled by inner demons. Zichun said, "So, you are the latter?" The old monk said, "Sort of." Zichun was somewhat puzzled. What did he mean by sort of? Back then, when my junior brother and I came to this battlefield to participate in the battle, we saw the defeat of the demons. However, the intelligent junior brother guessed that the demons seemed to have another place to hide. Thus, when the two of us were fighting, we carefully searched for suspicious places with my junior brother, and finally found this carefree mountain. What followed was the first battle of annihilation. It was recorded in the history of the Buddhist race, so Sheng Ming was very clear about it. In that battle, the Buddhist race suffered great losses, but they destroyed the demon race's plan to invade. Since then, Carefree Mountain had been the focus of the Buddhist race's attention. But this was what the world knew. What Shengda was about to tell them next was another secret. After the battle began, my junior brother felt that this was not the demon race's secret place, or perhaps it was just bait deliberately used by the demon race. At that time, my junior brother decided to take the risk and use the control of the demon race's inner demons to join the demon race. He wanted to unearth the demon race's greatest secret and completely destroy the demon race's scheme. The expressions of the three changed at the same time. Obviously, the truth was about to surface. But I was your senior brother. How could I watch as my junior brother took the risk? So I took the initiative to trigger the inner demons and used the excuse of faking my death in the first battle to stay on this battlefield forever. Once again recalling the past, the old monk's smile became somewhat bitter. At that time, my junior brother and I discussed many countermeasures, many possibilities, and many secret signals. But we still underestimated the demon race's strength and their vigilance. For many years, we didn't find an opportunity, so the inner demons continued to erode us, causing us to completely lose our chance. The old monk sighed. I no longer contacted my junior brother, and for the sake of the demon race's so-called test, I walked further and further down the path of becoming a demon. In the end, I was unable to turn back. I knew you, old thief, were not a good thing. Ruining our demon race's great plan. We won't let you off. A cold voice suddenly rang out. One of the people who had fallen dead suddenly rushed towards the entrance. It was Carefree. He had actually faked his death. Zichun turned around, wanting to chase after him. Let him go. The old monk said, I've already grasped the secrets of this place. I've also learned of the demon race's plan to invade the Saint Spirit realm. This time, I've already completely destroyed it. Of course, Zichun wouldn't listen to the old monk, because the monk was still outside. Who knew whether or not Carefree would kill the monk in a fit of anger after he went out? He didn't think that a mere 3-star monk could block the opponent's attack. But as soon as Zichun moved, Carefree's voice rang out. Hee, so there was one hidden here. Then I'll use you to exchange for the demon race's great plan. Carefree, who had just left, brought the good and evil monk back in. Chapter 4451. You didn't look carefully enough this time. After leaving the Chui clan, Qingyi looked at Zichun. Zichun said, It's useless to look carefully, because it's impossible to find. If the other party was really cooperating with the demons, they would have done it in secret. If Zichun could find the problem with a casual look, that would be a big problem. But the Chui clan's cooperative attitude was very questionable and very suspicious. Zichun had a vague guess in his heart. After leaving the Chui clan, Zichun saw Cheng Ho, who shook his head, indicating that he didn't find anything. Zichen wasn't surprised. Where are you going next? Chung Ho asked. I'm going back to the clan. Zichen said. I don't know how long I'll be gone this time, and I have some things to take care of. After that, Zichen looked at Qing Yi, feeling very apologetic. He was going to accompany her on a trip, who knew that he would have to go back halfway. Qing Yi smiled and said, We've been out for a long time, so I'm going back to take a look. Chung Ho brought the two of them outside the Holy Thunder Clan's territory. They didn't go directly to Zichen's world, and didn't even get close to the Holy Thunder Clan. Zichen was a bit puzzled. Chung Ho said, I've never liked that shrewd old thing. When you come out, I'll come to pick you up if you're still here. In the Holy Thunder Clan, the only one who could be called an old thing by Chung Ho was probably Lei Zhenke, the ancient sage. He was the number one person in the world, and everyone respected him. But when it came to Chung Ho, he was an old thing. Zichen didn't say much, and the two of them said goodbye and left. After returning to the clan, Qing Yi checked the progress of the teleportation formation and then went back. Zichen called Jolina and told her that he was going to leave for a period of time, and the exact time was unknown. So she had full authority to make decisions in this world. As for the teleportation formation to the Holy Talisman Realm, she could send a message to the Talisman Hall, and they could discuss it when the time came. Jolina was very familiar with this kind of thing, and she was even more experienced than Zichen. In the end, Zichen said, After a while, send someone to Lei Yu and bring back the resources that belong to me. Or, we can set a time for them to deliver the resources. Xiaolina memorized everything. Then the two discussed some details, the future development of the world, as well as the direction of the cities, including the increase of the cities. Zichen gave all the authority to Xiaolina and also gave instructions to Jono and the others. After that, Zichen left the Martial Heaven continent and went to the core city to see Fu Lao, and the two of them discussed some more details. After the palace master returned, the Holy Talisman Hall's situation improved. Adding on the friendship they had formed with many Holy Talisman Masters, the Holy Talisman Hall's reputation soared. As for Fu Lao, he was now worthy of his position as the Vice Palace Master, and he had many experts under him. Hearing Zichen's words, Fu Lao said, Don't worry, I will pay attention to your world. After the matter of the lost world, I believe that no one will dare to make trouble for you. After leaving the Holy Talisman Hall, Zichen went to the Thunder Imperial Palace and had an agreement with the person in charge. At the same time, he sent a message to Grace, who was far away in the lost world. After saying what needed to be said and doing what needed to be done, Zichen returned to the Martial Heaven continent, and then went to find Tasha of the Vestigial race, and told her that he would be leaving temporarily. The Vestigial race was currently able to fend for themselves in Zichen's world, but it was inconvenient for them to appear now. It would take at least hundreds or even thousands of years. After chatting with Tasha for a while, Zichen left. At present, other than Jolina, no one else knew of the existence of the Vestigial race. Zichen came to the sky above the Martial Heaven continent, and the power of the rules naturally appeared, isolating the surroundings. The little fairy appeared. You can do whatever you want in the future, but when I return, I must see that world within a world appear. Zichen took out the soul-gathering crystal mansion, and infinite light was released. The little fairy's eyes suddenly lit up. This was something it had coveted for a long time. It immediately pounced forward, but it missed. I can let you devour it, but you must not touch the core, Zichen warned. There was a spirit inside, and if the little fairy devoured it all, the old man who had guarded the Soul Palace for many years would disappear. Don't worry, I have much more experience in dealing with this kind of thing than you. I know how to protect it. The little fairy excitedly took the Soul Palace. The shocking weight made its body sink, and it was even more satisfied. This time, Zichen did not bring the Soul Palace to the Devil World. He only brought His Highness Zichen and Yugui along. Before leaving, Zichen also reorganized the equipment on his body. He took what he should take and left what he should keep. The leaves of the tree of the lightning ancestor that he had obtained in the past were also left behind. For now, this kind of thing was almost useless, but in the eyes of the Holy Thunder Clan, it was still priceless. After doing all this, Zichen carefully thought about it, checked and filled in the gaps. After confirming that he had given out the orders and attention, He once again left the martial heaven continent. When he arrived at the place he had agreed to meet with Chung-ho was very surprised to see Zichun. "You came so quickly. I thought you would dawdle for a few months at the very least." Zichun said in all seriousness, "When have I ever delayed the things that I've promised?" "It's just that." Zichun was a bit embarrassed. Chung-ho asked, "Just what?" Zichun hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's just that I have never been to the devil world, and I don't know what the situation is like there. Although I am now an 8-star expert, I don't have anything to protect my life. If I encounter a large-scale pursuit, I'm afraid I will die. It's fine if I, Zichun, die. I'm just worried that I won't be able to complete the mission and lose face for everyone." Chung-ho said with a puzzled expression, "How come I don't understand what you're saying? Can you say something I can understand?" Zichun said without any trace of politeness, "I need something to protect my life. Otherwise, I won't go." Chung-ho sneered, "Why don't you just say that you want something good?" Zichun said with a righteous expression, "It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. I just want to come back alive. Furthermore, I want to know a few things about the devil world. I want to know how they can figure out that I'm not an invader. I can't explain that to you. We'll talk about it when you get there." Chung-ho said, "As for what you want, I can give you something, but it depends on whether or not you have the ability to take it away." Chung-ho grabbed Zichun's collar, and the two of them disappeared. When they reappeared, Zichun saw the tall tree of the lightning ancestor. Chapter 4476. Kill. Don't let a single thief escape. The city lord's angry voice spread through the entire city. The army began to move. At the same time, the killing array in the sky was activated. Killing intent filled every corner of the city. Many spirit race people began to be on edge. They were very worried about their fellow spirit race people who had killed their way into the Emolong mansion. The Emolong mansion suddenly became quiet. It was dead silent. The army of the city came and surrounded the mansion. The city lord looked at the closed door in front of him. His eyes flashed with a cold smile. After a slight pause, he waved his hand and said, "Kill." Everyone charged in from all directions. There was a formation in the sky that was protecting them. But then there was an uproar. Because other than some corpses, there was no one else in the mansion. Many corpses were gone. Even the spirit race people were gone. The wealth in Emolong Kue's mansion was also plundered. Damn Emolong Kue. He dared to set up a teleportation array. The thief has already used it to escape. After a moment, the city lord's angry voice came from the mansion. There was a rule in the demon race that no one was allowed to set up a teleportation array in the city. They could not ignore the city's killing array. Obviously, Emolong Kue had violated this rule. The city lord returned angrily. He only said to deal with the aftermath. After he returned and closed the door, he finally laughed out loud. After years of suppression, he was released. If not for the fact that the Emolong family was still very big, the city lord at this moment would have silently ordered to hunt down the remaining members of the Emolong family and seize their property. Zichun smoothly arrived outside the city. The teleportation array in Emolong Kue's mansion was no longer a secret to him. Lu Jin gave him accurate information. Old Blind also checked it carefully, including the city lord's attitude. This teleportation array was in the plan from the beginning. The others had returned to Zichun's palace. At this moment, they gathered together and were very excited. In the past, they only fought small battles and killed some ordinary demon race people. But today, they attacked a deputy commander's mansion and won a great victory. Not a single spirit race person died. Only 2 unlucky ones were injured. One of them was Mo Feng. After the crazy battle, he became very weak. He did not retreat in time and was stabbed by a sword. At this moment, Mo Feng was sitting cross-legged on the side. He chuckled and said, "Delightful, truly delightful. Those demons are usually so arrogant and don't treat the spirit race as human beings. But in front of grandfather today, aren't they still scared witless?" "It's not because of you." Yuan Hai said lightly, "If we really want to talk about happiness, it's all thanks to Master Emo Chen. If not for Master killing Emo Linkue, I'm afraid none of us would be alive." Yuan Hai sized up Crazy Emo a few times. Moreover, If you want to continue to enjoy yourself, then quickly recover. Because in a few days, there will be a similar battle. It's said that this time, it's a 9-star commander. Mo Feng's eyes lit up. The expressions of the other people beside him also became excited. Among the demonic snake guards, the commanders were recognized as the highest leaders. Moreover, every commander was a 9-star saint spirit. Not only did they have to reach the required level, but they also had to reach the required level of contribution. However, above 9 stars were holy venerates. Those commanders were under the Lord's control. At this moment, 5 holy venerates were sitting together. Other than one holy venerate whose expression could be considered indifferent, the other holy venerates' expressions were not so good. "You 4 called me over. Do you have something important to discuss?" asked the holy venerate with an indifferent expression. "Mo Wuda, you know very well what you've done. Do you still need us to say it?" said one of them indifferently. "What do you mean?" asked Mo Wuda suspiciously. "During this time, how many of our people have you killed? Don't you know?" reprimanded another. Mo Wuda said with dissatisfaction, "Brother Ji, you can't speak carelessly. In any case, I'm still a holy venerate. You're slandering a holy venerate for willfully killing innocent people. What kind of crime is that?" Looking at their unsightly expressions, Mo Wuda said, "As for what you're all confused about, I more or less know a thing or two, but I don't know the specifics. How about this? I have a subordinate coming to report this matter. You can all listen." A moment later, Lu Zhen walked in. He first saluted the holy venerates, then said, "Reporting to Lord, the matter has been investigated clearly. The battle at Mo City that day was initiated by Mo Ji Feiwen and Mo Yen Haoguang, the 2 vice-commanders. They wanted to use a remnant as bait to completely eradicate the spirit race. During this time, there were several vice-commanders and 4 commanders in secret. However, the spirit race seemed to have been prepared. It could be considered a trap within a trap, causing the demon snake guards to be completely annihilated. The spirit race was bold. They killed their way into Vice Commander Mo Lingkue's residence. According to the information we received, Vice Commander Mo Lingkue did not immediately ask for the City Lord's help. Instead, he used the formation in the residence. This indirectly caused the City Lord to be unable to open the formation immediately. When the formation in the residence was destroyed, the City Lord activated the killing formation again to seal the spirit race. However, the spirit race used the teleportation formation in Mo Lingkue's residence to escape. Vice Commander Mo Feishan died in the residence. According to the clues we received, he was retaliated by a spirit race member. According to witnesses, the vice commander purposely killed the spirit race member in order to gain merit. He stole all the resources and then used the spirit race member's head as his merit. "You are simply spouting nonsense. How could our Emoji clan do such a thing?" Before Lu Zhen could finish, a holy venerate angrily rebuked. Lu Zhen calmly said, "Lord, please calm down. We are still investigating this matter thoroughly. Moreover, we have already found some witnesses from that year. If Vice Commander Feishan was wrongly accused, we will definitely give him justice." The holy venerate's expression changed. Then he stared at Mo Wuda. "Mo Wuda, Mo Wuda, you really live up to your name. You really are a Wuda." The holy venerate named Mo Yen mocked. "How our demon snake guard developed? How could you not know? What? Now you are looking for shit from other people's butts. Why don't you take a look at your own butts first?" Mo Wuda smiled faintly and said, "Lu Zhen?" "Yes." Lu Zhen cupped his fist. Mo Wuda said, "From now on, I will give you the greatest authority. Investigate the matter of false merit. If there is anyone with false merit or deceit, kill them without mercy. Remember, kill them without mercy." "Yes, Lu Zhen." The other holy venerate's expressions all changed. Mo Wuda cupped his fist and said, "After my people have investigated thoroughly, I will naturally report it. I beg Lord to give the order to thoroughly investigate the demon snake guard." Mo Wuda's expression suddenly became cold. He said, "The demon snake guard exists to kill the real spirit race members. They are the remnants that are harmful to us, not the spirit race members that have contributed to the development of the devil realm. Killing innocent people and using them as your own merit is deceiving the entire devil realm. You are courting death. The holy venerates looked at each other, and their expressions began to change. They knew their people very well. Most of the time, they were just muddling along. As for the complaints of the spirit race members, who would care? But now, if they really let Imo Wu to investigate, he would suffer great losses. How could he let them go? It was fine if he didn't investigate, but once he did, it would be a problem. Maybe the demon snake guard would carry out a big purge. And how many of their subordinates could they protect? Suddenly, the surroundings became quiet. Lu Zhan continued. The death of Commander Imo Yin Haoyang is said to be related to this matter. The commander of the Imo Lu family wanted to take the resources when he was trading with the spirit race. In the end, the two sides lost the battle and were killed. The commander of the Imo Lu family was killed by the spirit race because of his conduct. Everything that Lu Zhan said was reasonable and well-founded, and some of them had been investigated clearly. The holy venerates' expressions were ugly, but they didn't say anything. Until Lu Zhan said more than 20 things, which meant that dozens of commanders and deputy commanders had been killed by the spirit race. Imo Wu said bitterly, "Did you hear it? Did you all hear it?" Although these things have their own reasons, they were all done by the spirit race. Over the years, the demon snake guard has been performing meritorious deeds. They killed group after group of remnants, and even the remnants of clans and clans. And the result? When they attacked, dozens of commanders were killed. Now, I seriously doubt the ability of our demon snake guard's commanders. The spirit race's strength today is all because of their inaction. It's all because they took innocent spirit race members to make up the numbers. This caused the real remnants to grow in the dark until today. Which are the real meritorious deeds and which are the fake meritorious deeds? This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Otherwise, the demon snake guard will really be in chaos. The four holy venerates were still silent. Imo Wu waved his hand and said, "You can go first?" "Yes." Lu Zhan clasped his fist and said, "I will thoroughly investigate this matter and wipe out all the vermin in the demon snake guard." The four holy venerates' expressions changed again. Imo Wu waved his hand and said, "Wait for my order." Lu Zhan walked out of the reception hall. He was still in a good mood. This cooperation with Imo Chun had really benefited him a lot. Not to mention other things, after cutting off some of the holy venerates' wings, their side strength had obviously increased a lot. Without capable subordinates, those holy venerates could only be holy venerates. There were many things that they couldn't do personally, and today's show was very beautiful. Next, they just had to wait for the holy venerates' arrangements. As long as they could smoothly take over that land of opportunity, it would be another great merit. Perhaps they could even use this opportunity to break through to the holy venerate realm. Even if they couldn't become a holy venerate, stepping into the threshold of a half-step holy venerate was also a great thing. If it was in the past, Lu Zhan wouldn't even dare to think about it. Because he wasn't from the demon race, the purity of his power was limited. But it was different this time. With the power given by Imo Chun, he had confidence. Not long after, Holy Venerate Imo Wu walked out alone. The other Holy Venerates had obviously left. After taking the initiative and taking half a step back, it was naturally time to pursue benefits. "Congratulations, Lord." Lu Zhan clasped his fist. "Where did the joy come from?" Imo Wu asked. There was a faint smile on his face. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. "Smoothly taking over that land of opportunity is naturally a great joy," Lu Zhan said. "Who said that we're going to take over that place?" Imo Wu asked back. "Isn't what you're doing for that area, Lord? As long as we get this opportunity, not to mention exploring, as long as we can open the final passage, it will be a great merit," Lu Zhan said. You're too shallow. It does seem like a great merit, but have you thought about what will happen if you fail?" Imo Wu said, "This time, I took the initiative to give them the opportunity. Of course, our people can still go in. When the time comes, you can bring some capable subordinates in. Don't feel burdened. It's purely for the sake of the opportunity. As for the success or failure of the mission, it has nothing to do with you. Of course, if you can help a little along the way and make them busier, it's still okay." It's best if you can do it without being noticed by others and ruin the plan. Imowuda pointed at his feet and said, "As for us, the most important thing is still the demon snake guard. This time, the spirit tribe has caused a great disturbance, and it will definitely lead to a purge. At the same time, the higher-ups will definitely give us a lot of resources to grow." Lu Xun quickly recovered. If they took all the resources, the demon snake guard would naturally be the strongest in the future. If those people were to fail, the demon snake guard would become the sole dominant force in the future. Lu Xun, who understood the Lord's meaning, nodded. "I heard that some of your strange friends from the demon clan are not weak. You can secretly take him in to have a look. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Of course, the gains will be his, but he has to help your friend, right?" Imowuda smiled and left. "Don't worry, Lord. Lu Xun will do his best. Asterisk, 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 asterisk in the room. In Zichen's sea of knowledge, soul power was surging, constantly trying to rush to his eyes. He was trying to comprehend the demon eye. He tried again and again, but he did not succeed. This technique was difficult. Zichun had been trying to comprehend it for a long time, but he still could not master it. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Zichun said, "Come in." Lu Xun pushed the door open and entered. When he saw Zichun, the moment their eyes met, Lu Xun's face suddenly became pale, and his eyes lost their light. His body swayed, and he almost fell. "What's wrong?" Zichun stood up and looked at him. Lu Xun shook his head and woke up. He found that his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. "What happened to your eyes?" "Just now, I felt the aura of death." Lu Xun's eyes were filled with fear. Zichun took out the demon eye and said, "I'm currently trying to comprehend it. Do you want to try?" Lu Xun picked it up and looked at it carefully. After a while, his expression changed. "Is there a problem?" Zichun asked. "Maybe this is the legendary demon god's eye," Lu Xun said. "Demon snake's eye?" Zichun asked. "Is it something of the demon snake guard?" "The demon god's eye is a technique of the demon god," Lu Xun said. "Isn't the demon god a legend? It doesn't really exist." This was what Zichun heard from Old Blind. The demon god is a legend, but the techniques of the demon god are real. For example, the demon god's eye is said to be the strongest eye technique in the demon realm. In addition, there are also demon god beasts. It's just that there are no pure bloodlines in the world. They are all descendants of demon god beasts. Lu Xun said, "And this demon eye is somewhat similar to the demon god's eye in the records."